Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by Tracy Shuchart, our Senior Economist, also known as Shy Girl. Tracy, good morning.
Good morning. Back in the studio today.
Nice. Looks awesome as usual. Well, usually Fridays might be are slow sometimes, but I have a feeling about today between what's going on with that MOU you were talking about in SpaceX. There's probably going to be some stuff happening. What's going on?
Yep. All right. So first, we have a big announcement from CME Group. They plan to offer 24/7 trading a new smaller futures contract, crude oil contract, and its existing gold contract. So the new oil link contract is set to be 1/10 of the size of the existing micro WTI futures contract and will debut August 30th. That will be under the ticker symbol TCL. And then they are going to have the 1 ounce gold futures that is currently trading. That's 10Z that is currently trading. That will begin trading July 26th. Both contracts will be cash settled and listed on NYMEX and COMEX, respectively. And so watch out. You will be able to trade gold and oil now 24/7. I guess they saw the amount that Hyperliquid was doing and how popular those contracts were there, and are now you're going to be able to trade those over the weekend and 24 hours a day. They will never shut. So big news on the war front. All right, so we got a lot going on the war front. So we heard from yesterday that Trump said a deal was done. We had G7 come out this morning and said a deal could be signed as soon as Sunday. Now, let me tell you what is in this deal and how this deal works, because this is just a deal to extend the deal, essentially. So via Iran, the draft version of the Iran-U.S. MOU includes a commitment from the U.S. to lift oil sanctions and a commitment from Iran to reopen the strait within 30 days. However, Iran did state that traffic, they will not restore traffic to pre-war status forever. Then the 14-point document also dictates that final negotiations will not begin until the U.S. releases half of Iran's frozen funds of $24 billion, a suspension of Iran's primary and secondary oil sanctions, and the lifting of the naval blockade. Also, the U.S. is going to have to remove all forces from surrounding Iran, and U.S. and its allies are going to need to present a reconstruction plan for Iran worth $300 billion. Now, there's no agreement on the nuclear issue, so this is where this gets an extension. So all of this happens, and then that extends peace talks for another 60-day period where they would negotiate the continuation of Iran's peaceful nuclear program, the lifting of unilateral sanctions from the U.S., that's the international sanctions, and the compensation mechanism. So we did hear about the fact that they were not going to restore the Strait of Hormuz a little bit before we got about an hour ago. So we did see crude pairing some of those gains, but so that is the deal on the plate right now. This has not been signed by either side yet. So we'll see what happens, but it's really a deal to extend the deal for another 60 days. So don't get too excited about it. And then, of course, in case you weren't wondering, SpaceX is launching today. It will start quoting at 9:50, start trading at 10 a.m. Eastern time. If SpaceX shares trade above 140, 135 is the IPO price, Musk will become a trillionaire.
Wow. Let me ask you, going back to the crude oil thing, though, does this extension, is it going to move the needle in terms of any more volume flowing through the straits?
No, it doesn't look like it. It gives Iran 30 days to open the strait how they want to open it. And I guess they said that they are not looking to see that traffic is restored to its pre-war levels. And it looks like they're probably going to be charging a fee too.
Wow. Well, it's still very, very messy. So long way from being finished. But let's bring in the Pips Hour. Blake Morrow's with us today. Let's keep this conversation rolling. Blake, good morning. How are you?
Hey, TGIF guys, good to see you. Tracy, you look great back in the saddle. I thought you were going to be saying back on the horse, but good to see you, and good to see you, Jim. You look nice and refreshed for a Friday.
Thanks. Well, I have my Tommy Bahamas shirt on in honor of Friday, but also in appreciation of Jack Gleason. Jack actually brought me this in Miami, so I appreciate Jack for doing that. Yep, super
nice
guy.
Very cool. Very cool.
Classy, classy. Any event, let's continue with this conversation though, because we the tape bombs that we've got this week, as particularly in the equity markets and particularly in gold, maybe not so much in crude. It just doesn't seem that there's an end to this because there's this back and forth dialogue in the press, in the media, between different characters about what's the real deal happening over in the Middle East. Is that Shai? Are we going to see that all day today and in the next week?
You're going to be here. This is not stopping. Markets are willing to look past it. I mean, they're looking for any reason to go higher. They hear peace deal. They're excited about it. Everything reversed. You have gold. You have gold up, yields down, crude down. All those correlations have kind of they're all sort of correlated. It's all that same trade. Obviously, copper and silver up with the AI trade. AI names are bouncing because everybody's looking for something linked to SpaceX, whether that be AI or Rocket Labs or any kind of trade surrounding that. If you couldn't get into the pre-IPO.
Yeah. Well, Blake, what are you seeing in the tape with all this?
Well, I mean, as far as I know, you guys discussing crude and everything that's going on with the Middle East. I mean, look, crude's Tracy. We talked about this. We've talked about this on multiple occasions over the last several weeks. Crude, let it break down. Let it get towards $80. I think $79 is the place to buy it. By the way, it's a golden fib level. If you just look at, recent price action, it drops below 80. Probably flush out a few people below there. I'd be long at $79, $78 if you can get it. I think those are levels that you want. Crude, I think, is going to have an elevated price for, as Tracy been pointing out, it's a 60-day basically ceasefire, an agreement, and a lot of things can go wrong over the next 60 days. So I think you want to buy this dip, especially if you see it below 80. And then as Tracy was also just mentioning, I mean, when you're talking about equities, it's all about finding reasons to buy this equity market, but let's not forget that today is a big day. We're going to talk a lot about SpaceX. I know you guys are focused on SpaceX. I'm focused on Abbott Labs this morning. I'm joking. I'm totally joking. just trying to throw everybody for a loop on a Friday. No, but everybody's gonna be talking about SpaceX. There's a lot of talk around there. And I need to make sure that I know you're going to bring it up, Jim, and we'll talk about it we'll talk about it I'm sure at length. Today is all about price action. Where does SpaceX open? Where does it close? And what levels are being held, and what's price action like? I think it's going to reflect going into next week. I think that's the most important thing for today.
Before we pivot to SpaceX, I have a lot of stuff, a lot of questions for you guys on this. I do want to a special shout out to Paulie. He sent me this symmetrical triangle pattern on a daily crude chart, and sure enough, we broke out to the downside yesterday and continued selling off today, heading toward that April 17th swing low, and that's right at that $80 level that you were talking about, Blake. So we'll see if we get there or not, and we'll see how much Blake Morrow is going to be buying crude.
I'm gonna be sticking a few toes in, I think.
All right.
I would too if we get there. Because this is definitely not over by a long shot. I like to get a little bit of a washout, and I'll go and I'll be buying.
You know, that's the thing. That's the thing, Tracy. When you say like washout, and I think traders really need to understand that it's all about positioning, and it's all about like when I trade. One of the best things for me to do as a trader is to find people wrong-footed, or not people, the market. So when everybody's like, oh, here's crude's dropping back to $65, and but as well as I do, that's not happening. You're stepping in on, a false breakdown. You turn around, get those shorts, get them squeezed. Those are some of the best trades that I find as a trader, and mean reversion type of trades. I know Pax loves to do that kind of stuff too. So that's how we as traders make money.
Yeah, and it's I was talking to Shai earlier today. There's a retest and then there's a flush out. Two totally different things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, let's talk about it. SpaceX is up, about to launch.
SpaceX is up, but unfortunately, they are not allowing the 2 and 3 times levered products to trade until Monday. So you're going to have to wait if you want to really join the casino.
Hey, Trace, when the option chain is going to be on? Do you know?
So I think options won't be able to be traded for, I think, 30 days.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
In my head, it was like next week sometime. So, all right, good to know.
I think it's 30 days. Wow. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Very, very interesting. All right. When they launch single stock futures, what's the over under on getting the SpaceX single stock futures on the board?
Let's say 80%.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, there are actually, there's like investment leaders from several large states are pressing NASDAQ and FTSE Russells for details about the recent rule change, letting SpaceX into the index. I guess they are saying that there are concerns on letting them in early and bending the rules for them. So we'll have to see what happens with that, if anything.
Tracy, with that being said, I mean, you look at like the SpaceX IPO, and I am and always have been in the camp. I don't like to participate in IPOs. I've seen too many train wrecks over the last several decades. That actually, it's not to say that every IPO, but majority of them, especially ones that get like this type of attention. I am looking for a substantial pullback in an IPO, and I think in the SpaceX IPO, and it's not like I'm looking for the market to crash or anything like that, but I am looking for it to correct. And I think the risk is if you start putting it in some of these indexes too early, you're going to get it's going to really reflect on the index as well, and it's such a big market cap. I mean, obviously, and there's so much public money in it. I think that's where you're starting to get that pushback, and I agree, and I agree with those comments. By the way,
but that begs the question, both of you guys. What kind of impact is it going to have anyway? Even though it's not in the index, is it going to have? There's correlations to everything, right? I mean, is it going to kind of influence the indexes anyway?
Risk sentiment, my opinion. It's risk sentiment. Everybody's got their eyes on SpaceX today, and they're looking at the same thing that we are. How does it perform? Does some of the big investment banks like Goldman Sachs, where's their break even? Where are they going to support it? I would assume it's probably around the 130 to 140 range level. You're not going to see us get much below that today. But depending on if it just like pegs the lows and stays on the lows wherever those end up being, that's gonna weigh on sentiment if that is truly the case. Now, if SpaceX is trading, near its highs, and let's just throw a number out there. Let's say it's up at 200 by the end of the day. People are going to be really freaking excited about that, and you're going to see, S&P's probably trade to new all-time highs next week. So I think it's all about price action, and just because it's not in an index, it's going to weigh on sentiment wholly. So Tracy, I'm sure, has got something to add to there.
Yeah, I think what on the flip side of that, what I'm thinking is if people get really excited about it, is it going to suck capital out of other companies and into SpaceX. That's the kind of the risk there as well. Are you going to, we've kind of seen these AI names come off, but they are, trading higher again. But does that suck capital from that trade into the SpaceX trade?
Well, it seems like, I mean, all that capital should have already been sucked out, right? I mean, it's game time, right? That whistle's going to blow. We're going to start going. And the S&P right now is only about less than 2.5% below its all-time highs. NASI is less than 3.5% below its all-time highs. Big green candles back to back right now. I mean, it's. I wonder why we even sold off in the first place. I mean, we know why because of the tape bombs, but come on, man. There's a lot of green on the board the last 2 days. So that kind of allocation money's probably already been allocated, right, Shai?
It could be. We'll have to see. I mean, I'm hearing wild stories that people are like taking out second mortgages on their homes and trying to buy, shares with credit cards. I mean, there are some wild stories out of people trying to get into this IPO, which is just crazy to me. But yeah, I mean, we could, I think some money has been sucked out for some liquidity was sucked out of the AI trade, but it's not shocking that it would rebound quickly because it's still not going away anytime soon. And so, usually when we have these kind of liquidity events, right, usually we get like a V bottom.
It's interesting, Tracy, because I wonder how much like interest there is in retail. I mean, I don't know about like your brokerage firms that you're associated with. I've heard a lot of stories from traders like in Fidelity and whatnot. You're getting a lot of solicitation emails on this IPO or have been. So the reason why I say that is when you hear people talk about that and a big amount of people talking about that, I wonder what the appetite is right now. And I think it's going to be really interesting. That's why price action is going to be so important. And, Jim, you mentioned the S&P. I'm going to tell you the level that I care about today. It's 7,500. That's all I really care about. The S&P, if we stay below 7,500, it's not a good sign. If we get above that, and we close above that, that's going to set us off on pretty positive risk sentiment going into next week.
So great minds think alike. I have to admit that 7,500 level is, remember last Friday's big meltdown candle? Mm-hmm. That's the piercing line or the midpoint of that candle. I mean, it's 74.95, but close enough, right? That in my mind is that's resistance to me right now from a bigger picture point of view. So I agree with you 100% there. Anyway, let's pivot to bonds, man. Treasury bonds took off yesterday too. This morning when I logged in, we were cash yields were less than 5%, I think. And right now we have a little kind of a pause going on, but we kind of had a really +1 handle move up on Treasury bonds yesterday, which I don't know if it surprised me or not, but it stayed sticky, right? We're still in that mid 112 handle, and we even tapped that 113 handle this morning. What, Shai, let's start with you. What do we had a good auction yesterday? I don't know.
So, well, it was okay. It was at 30-year. It's the long end, but it was not that great, to be honest with you. It was mediocre at best. But really, we saw that move on the news that we had gotten a deal. If you remember, earlier in the morning, we were going to bomb Iran, and it sounded like things were going to escalate. And then, by the afternoon, we heard that was called off, and Iran had called Trump, and there is a deal to be signed. So that's really when we saw that big move higher yesterday in the bonds, in equities. Gold moved higher, crude lower, same trade, right? It's just the opposite side of it because we have a deal. But again, after the headlines, let's see what really happens, because this isn't really a deal. It's a deal to extend the deal. And there are a lot of concessions the U.S. have to give to Iran to even get the extension deal. So we'll see.
Oh, man. Blake, what do you think's going on the long end of the curve here?
Guess what I want you to do with your charts.
All right.
No. Hey, guess what? I want you to keep them right where they're at. Isn't that crazy? I never say that. I know. Isn't that wild? If you take that high from your chart that you see there where you have the top of your trend line, and then you take it to the bottom, we are at the 618 retracement. So where we have stalled, look at the middle of your chart. Basically, those highs right there, today's high, the highs from I'll look at my chart. The highs from Tuesday, the highs from Tuesday, May 29th, or no, I'm sorry, Friday, May 29th, Thursday on the 27th. All those highs right there, that's a 618 retracement. So yeah, the long end, we push right up against resistance, but this is really key resistance. And if we can't break above today's highs, like today's spike high, bonds are in trouble here. This is the golden fib. This is the golden fib, Jim.
Golden fib.
The
I
golden
love it.
fib.
The golden fib. The golden fib. It's the golden fib.
So I started adding these anchored VWAPs. I mean, I'm a big Brian Shannon fan. He's got his book is awesome, by the way. So I anchored a VWAP, and Deli's been talking about it as well. The standard deviation band around the VWAPs. So I anchored it from that high that you just said, and look how it's kind of like. It's flatlined. I know the range is handle plus, but it's kind of just going sideways here for a long, long period of time now. I'm going to say over 2 weeks, close to 3 weeks. And that VWAP is a straight line across. So this is a market with no direction, maybe also. Who knows?
We've been in a down, if you pull out, we've been in a downtrend since 2021. I mean,
yeah, I don't know if I can go back that far today, but yeah, it's
yes, secular bear market, we would say.
Yes.
So
it's now. I still would focus on the downside here. I think yields are going higher. This is just a little temporary blip. What we're seeing here.
Agree.
Trace it.
We're still making lower lows, right? Until that stops, then.
Yeah. Yep. Let's pivot over to gold though too. Gold's been a big story here. Crazy with the rally we got yesterday. Today we're kind of paused at the top, similar to the bond chart actually. The last two candles. Shai, this is what we were talking about this morning. It was a test, not a flush out.
I mean, we kind of wicked below that March 20th low. And then started bouncing again. But we'll have to see. Again, this gold trade right now is very much tied to yields right now, as well as crude. Yeah. And so, we got a little bit of reprieve, thinking, the strait's going to be reopened. We're not going to have inflation. The Fed's going to be able to cut, or at least not have to hike. And so this is a function of the bond bounce and the gold bounce.
Yeah. Blake, what do you think about gold?
Well, I'm glad you asked. We talked about it a lot on the Sunday open show with I was with Pax and Craig and Farm and Sarah. Yeah, thank you very much. It was actually a little bit bigger of a panel than normal. And that break of the 200-day just brought in the selling. Now, the thing about gold is we might have created a little false breakdown below that 4,100. However, I know silver and gold are two, totally different instruments. But silver is nudged and stopped below and cannot rally. Well, at least this morning, can't get back above the 200 DMA. I think I agree with Tracy. It's still a yield story. So if the bond market, capped out here, yields start to rise, dollar up. Bonds are going down. Yields are up. Gold's going to go right back down. And I think gold still is. I'm looking for a move below 4,000. I know we found buyers ahead of there this week, but I think we're eventually dropping below 4,000. I think you got to start staking your claim somewhere below 3,900. My tune hasn't changed since last Sunday. Yes, we've had a nice little recovery on Friday, but that's expected based on the news that we've gotten about the war, and with SpaceX IPO, it just makes sense that gold bounced. It was getting a little oversold, but I don't think this downtrend's over.
Yeah,
in
I
the
have
near
that
term.
October 2025 swing low, pretty close to 3,900 even right now. Is my on my radar screen is that next kind of big macro target down. So
Yeah, and Jim, it's also if you missed the Sunday show, by the way, I think I'm going to be on this Sunday as well. It's what we call a butterfly pattern. So if you look at harmonic patterns, I love harmonics because it takes in Fibonacci's predominantly, and so and a combination of them. And I've been using those for several decades now. You get a butterfly pattern, which stopped us up at the 200 DMA, but then it breaks. But I'm sorry, Gartley patterns, which it was. Gartley patterns turn into butterfly patterns on an extension, and so that's what we're currently building right now. So the 3,900 level, as you pointed out, it's major support. If you go back to October, I think it's October. Let me look. It's October of 2025. It's major support down there.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be a real big pivot. And plus, you think about, we were just talking about offsides, right? You break below 4,000, stops out everybody who's long, everybody who doesn't look far enough
That's
left
what
on
I'm
their
hoping
charts.
for.
Right. They go,
I'm hoping for.
they go, oh shit, I don't want to be long gold. I don't want to be long gold. It broke 4,000, get me out. And then, we sit on the other side as traders, and we create the floor. We're the ones that pick up the pieces once the ball's dropped and cracked. We pick up those pieces at 3,900 and look for a bounce back to 5,000. That's the way I'm going to play it.
awesome.
And
I know.
just really
Yeah.
Just
Go
really
ahead, Tracy.
quickly, just wanted to mention the data today because we're running short of time in morning 5 minutes. But at 10 a.m. we have University of Michigan sentiment, 1-year inflation expectations, and 5 and 10-year inflation expectations, and that's it for today on the data front.
Yeah, and we got a great lineup today as well. I don't know if we could mention it right now, but Pax is going to be joining us for Capital Preservation Friday here in a second. And then we have XYZ and Christian going to be trading live with us in the morning to trade the open, joined by Stowe and Lumi. So full day today, going all the way to 1 o'clock. So I know, Blake, you want to talk about the Swiss franc, but we got to get Pax in here for that part of the conversation.
Yeah.
About what's going on in Switzerland. You had some interesting info. So, hey, if you were ready to join us, man, let's do it.
Yeah,
There
I'm
he is.
sitting here.
There he
Yo,
is.
what's up, buddy?
Thanks.
Hi, Trace. Hi, Blakeski.
Hey, TGIF, buddy.
Oh, my goodness. No sleep last night. No power. Only one generator working. Thank God I'm married to a smart woman.
Well, we're glad to see you. It's great to see your face, man.
Good to see you, brother. It was a great conversation. So let's talk about before things kick off. Let's talk a little bit about what the Swiss franc. We were starting to talk about it in the green room before he came out.
Yeah. So, what's Blake? Tell us about what's going on here.
Yeah, in the FX world, it's been like the big talk of the town over the last week, and this is a big deal to me because if Jim's looking at the Swiss franc futures. If you go back to when I started trading currencies, I bridged the gap back in 2001, 2002 when FX was allowed to be traded by U.S. traders, U.S.-based traders in 2001, and ever since then the Swiss franc has just been on just. It's the strongest currency ever, right? Well, this weekend, Switzerland on Sunday, they're voting to potentially cap their population at 10 million. Now, I think they have currently they're around the 9 million
human
mark.
population, human.
Yeah, their human population. That's right. The thing is as you guys know, one of the big trends not only in the U.S. but across Europe and worldwide is really that of everybody tends to lead right on immigration issues, population. Everybody's got the same issues in Europe that we do in the U.S. about people coming over the border and too many immigrants and blah 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 blah. Anyway, it's to a point where the Swiss people are actually voting on this, and if they vote to cap the population at 10 million, they're expected to reach that by I think it's 2030. Then we're going to see a capital flight away from the Swiss franc that has been so strong. And this is, you see FX traders, which is really interesting over the last month. If you watch the price action, usually when you're you have a war, you have risk aversion, you have people that are worried about Russia, Ukraine, what's happening in obviously Iran. You see, typically you would see the Swiss franc really strengthen, but what we've seen over the last few weeks is we've seen it weaken even when there's risk aversion, and that tells me that long-term players are really starting to reverse course here. And I know you're not looking at spot, but if you look at like the US dollar Swiss franc spot price, we've been probing the 200 DMA the last couple of days. And really, if the Swiss franc weakens after this weekend, I think you're going to see a big move out of Switzerland, out of the Swiss franc, because the move to cap population is really going to, if you listen to business leaders in Switzerland, they're like, I don't know if we can stay here. I don't know if we're going to be able to hire, Swiss, doctors and physicians and research, and because Switzerland's huge in well, not just chocolate, not just watchmaking, but in medical. That's right. And so you're correct. You're absolutely correct. So really, what we've been hearing a lot of from the professional industry in Switzerland is they might have to move away from Switzerland. You take companies like Roche, they're like, oh shoot, we're going to have to start hiring from elsewhere, and so this could be a really big drag on the Swiss franc, and despite its safe haven status and its negative interest rates, it'll start to really weigh on the currency because Switzerland keeps the rates at zero. They've threatened to go back into negative rates, and you're going to see the FX market get upended, and you could see this dollar Swiss run back to parity, which is about 800 pips higher than where we're currently at, I'd say, by the end of the year. And that's a big move. That's an 8% move in currencies. Huge move.
That's decidedly unbullish, as Tracy says. That's a great.
That's correct. Yes. So this weekend's going to be a big deal. It's going to be a big deal this weekend. So
what happens to what's the number? The 100 million you said?
No, 10 million.
10 million. That's it.
Yeah.
But what happens?
It's a small country.
It is. Yeah.
What happens to the 10 millionth and one guy? What do they have? They kick him out?
I was thinking about going there. They're not letting my big head in that joint.
Well, so they're at 9.
Great.
Yeah, they're at 9.1 million right now, their population, and to get to 10 million, like I said, most people expect by 2030. And you have to imagine what the rush is going to be immigration wise, over the next couple of years. If this is actually voted on, it's going to be really, really hard to become a Swiss citizen.
Pax, if you go there, you're going to be counted twice. You're going to be counted as two.
Why? Because of my big head, or my big personality, or my
personality, man.
Bankroll. Ira Harris, who's a real mentor of me and Anthony through the years, has always talked to me and explained to me that the S&B is one of the only central banks that has a exit strategy for their money printing, for their QE. They would print money, more Swiss francs, but they would buy stock with it. We bought toxic assets with ours, and they bought stock with theirs. I got to imagine if this franc gets killed, that they got to start dumping some of that shit, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they are one of the biggest, oh God, the word's it's 5 o'clock in the morning here. So it's running me aloof,
50, but over 50.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm over 50. That's correct. But yes, they're one of the biggest sovereign funds. That's the word I was looking for out there. They own so much in U.S. equities right now. You're exactly right, Pax.
But not only that, I mean, Shai, isn't the Swiss when we're in a risk-off environment, the Swissy always does well, I think, historically, or am I mistaken there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a safe haven currency. It's been a safe haven currency. Mm-hmm. So we'll have to see how this vote goes and how the currency reacts. Where does that currency flow go to? And then are they going to be forced to sell some assets? That's a big question mark there right now.
And
that's the point I was trying to make, Jim, is that the price action, if you I obviously I watch tick for tick currencies all day long, alongside other markets too. But really, the Swiss franc, since I've actually been short Swiss, so over the last few weeks, and so I've been establishing this position myself personally. So the fact of the matter is, I watch tick for tick, and when you get some risk aversion, and you get the Trump headlines, right? And we're going in and we're gonna attack him hard, and the Swiss franc loses strength. You're like, whoa, and that's been happening a lot over the last couple of weeks, which means the market is positioning itself. So
that is so interesting, and I have not seen anyone talk about this anywhere or mention it anywhere. So tune in, Capital Preservation Friday with Blake Morrow and Pax, Jimmy Cagnina, and the incomparable Tracy Shuchart.
That she is.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
That's right.
Subscribe.
Let's
some likes, guys.
Real quickly, Shai, any update on someone was mentioning ags in the chart in the chat? With any new news on this ringworm, or it's not ringworm, I can't remember what it's called.
The flesh-eating.
Let me check.
Screwworm. That doesn't affect the ag market except for live cattle. So nothing to worry about. Grains are down a little bit this morning because we had some global crop reports, and they look like they are better than expected.
All right, I just pulled up my live cattle chart just for fun. The market's not open right now. They have these weird hours with these gaps in the morning, but yeah, okay, no crazy stuff going on in the chart.
No.
Thought I'd mention it. Someone in the chat pulled it off, and me and Chad have been talking about live cattle for about a week now, so wanted to clear
For
everybody
a
in.
whole week, 'cause with screwworm. I mean, we're still trading at, all-time highs was like 251. We're at 240, 242. So, I mean, It's not like prices have come off.
No, I know. I hear you.
This is an important conversation of what's going on, but it's also very funny.
Well, we could shuffle this into the whole inflation discussion. I mean, we're all going to the butcher shop and the grocery store, and we're getting our butts kicked on 100%. the price of meat price of everything across the board there.
Well, yeah, I mean, with meat too. We have the smallest herd in 75 years. A lot of the issues sprung up a long time ago. They got exacerbated during COVID, and so this kind of been an ongoing problem.
Yeah.
Man, that's some interesting stuff. You're right. Yeah. More. When do they expect food inflation? Here we go.
Well, it looks like I just popped up a wheat chart. Things have settled down a little bit, I think, on the wheat front right now. But
yeah, again, we had some global numbers out today for crop reports, and they came in better than expected. So we did see U.S. grains also pull back on that.
All right. Let's pivot. Let's end this panel, or at least focus this panel at this point onto gold. I know all you guys are really heavily following gold, but with Pax in the house right now, I wanted to get his perspective on what's happening on gold. I know at a certain point you're going to be a buyer.
Oh, I am. I got long yesterday. So gold, I tweeted and retweeted that clip from last Friday where we talked about the gold short from 45.91 to 44.92. Specifically Friday, both you and I sold them there. You sold 45 evens, I sold 44.92s. The levels on the way down are going to be the same levels on the way up. Underneath, you're short underneath there to 44.20, which is a 200-day moving average. This is the first time since 2023 that gold is traded under the 200-day moving average. We sold off underneath there, then down to like 43.50, which is, 43.60 was the take profit area. Sell more underneath 43.25. Nothing in the 42 handle until we got down to 41 even, well, 41.39 and then 41 even. And I said on the stream, if we get down there, I'll buy them with both hands and feet. But we took it out, and I thought that if we can close underneath 4,100, then we can, we can see a gigantic downside move. I mean, bigger than what we've already gotten. but the tape bomb yesterday and the non-deal deal, the non-deal non-deal deal, and whatever other kind of nonsense was spouted out, had other things to say, and I think maybe a bit of anticipation for SpaceX. So everything turned around and rallied. So I got long just a few. I'm a much better short than I am a long in the indices, but I'm a better long in gold. So I started the nibble at 41.10, 41.39, and I took profit up to 41.60, and I got a couple left. So I want to see 43.25, then 44.20, and then 44.94 will be the flat zone.
Right. Nice slicing and dicing, brother.
Gracias.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So let's go. Let's get some.
I want to be
thoughts.
long. Let me say this. I want to be long gold long term, and I'm looking for. I talked a lot about this on Twitter. I'm looking for spots for good, solid lows to buy more physical. I don't mind buying COMEX, futures at 41 in the 41 handle, but I'm not looking to buy a whole lot of physical gold in that area. I'd rather buy it lower. But if it holds, I got no problem buying more of that.
Can I just jump in here really quick, Pax? Because for me, I'm not as big of a gold trader as you, and I never have been. It's one of those things I'll kind of navigate around, trade a little bit here and there, because currencies since currencies and gold tend to have the dollar and gold tend to have a very, very strong relationship. If I want to be long gold, I happen to be short dollar, so it just makes me way too lopsided in my overall picture, my overall portfolio. So therefore, I tend to just stick with currencies, and I'll trade gold every once in a while. But I am more of a physical gold buyer and metals buyer, and just with you saying that, I do think gold can trade back down in the threes. But if you look at silver, because silver is another one that I was buying at 18, like back in 2022, and I did not buy more physical when it broke out. I was like, everybody's scrambling around, and you're paying up, when you're dealing in the physical market, and it's hard to get. It's impossible. Well, it's near impossible sometimes. But when everybody's selling, that's when you want to be buying. And silver has this
you guys, when you say physical, you mean you're getting gold bars delivered to your house?
Yes.
Delivery. Yes. In my vault. Yes. Yeah.
I just bought 10 pounds of copper.
Oh, yeah, you want my pennies
more copper too? Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I did.
No. I want to buy more copper too.
Oh my God.
But I do think silver is going back to $55, and I know for those you guys think that might be crazy, but you think about where the Hunt Brothers high was and all those highs, and technically silver actually looks like it will go back to $55. Even if it drops below 60, those are the times where you want to be walking your ass over to your broker, which mine happens to be less than a mile away, and I walk into his office and say, give me, I want, and he's like, great, people are selling right now. They're you actually have physical in inventory that you can buy when people are trying to sell. So you got to be looking at those levels.
I would love to buy more down there.
So would I.
Yeah, me too.
Silver with the 5 handle is gold with a 3 handle. And those are the breakout points. Remember, Jimmy and I were talking about gold at 33 going back to last year, and that was going to be the huge breakout level. And you guys can go back and watch our old shows because we talked about it. Maybe Claude can help you clip it. 30 till 33 took us to 4,400, right? And we said in the show above 4,400, if we close above 4,400, we're going another $1,000. We did that quickly. Silver, on the other hand, the breakout point was an old Hunt Brothers high, which we talked about for 6 months. Nobody had ever heard of it because me and Jimmy, except for us, because we're older. But the Hunt Brothers high was $50.36. Once we got above 56.36, it was into the 6 handle, 7 handle, and all the way up to, I forget what the high was, 113 or 113 or
121.
121. Yeah, 113 was 121 silver, 119 black gold, Texas tea.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that is a great spot to buy in 55 to 51 and pitch them under 49.
Yeah. Yesterday's low hit 61.50.
Yeah,
and
not low enough.
I'm sorry. Andre was asking, like, where do you guys buy physical gold? I mean, look, I use Scottsdale Gold and Silver, which is literally down the street from where I live. But you should find there's so many brokers,
They're
no
all
matter
over the
where you
place.
live. They're all over the
Yeah,
place. Yeah, you can find somebody.
I'm sure Peter Schiff will tell you where to go.
He'll say, "Come here."
He'll tell you where to go.
He'll say shift gold.
Yeah,
Right, buy ship gold.
He's going to tell you to
Right.
buy it from him.
I'm getting on another boat.
he'll
But
tell you
there
where
are
to go.
there's very reputable brokers online, and I'm sure in your area as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can find them all over the place.
All right, we are in overtime, you guys. Let's get some final thoughts here going. Blake, we'll start with you, man. Final thoughts going into this SpaceX Friday.
It's all about the price action, guys. Like I said a little bit earlier, if you came in late to this conversation, I think somewhere in the 130s, if we see it, you're going to see a lot of support down there because you got a lot of banks, Goldman, Citi, and the like, and whoever's on the whoever's delivering the IPO, they're going to be on the bid trying to hold prices somewhere in the sub 140 level if seen. And guys, if we see SpaceX trade up above 180, that's a pretty bullish move, and you got to respect it. So I'm all about the price action today. Where do we open? Where does it open? Where does it close? And how does the price action look? Are we pegged at the lows or are we pegged at the highs? That's going to tell us a lot about going into next week, in my opinion.
All right.
The buy-in was 135, and so there's your baseline. So
The floor. Yep.
Wow. Shy
There you
Girl,
go.
what else should I be worried about today?
So, headline risk once again, we saw oil WTI down to 83 overnight. Soon as we heard that the Strait of Hormuz would not be open to pre-war levels, we started bouncing again. So still very much, there's still headline risk about this deal that's just a deal to extend the deal. And so don't be surprised if, I know everybody's sighing relief. Oh, yay, we have a deal, but it's not quite over yet.
Yeah. All right. Well, everybody, be sure you follow Shy Girl on X and be sure you follow Pip Czar and also Forex Analytics on X. Forex Analytics does a great job shooting out some really good charts early in the morning. So don't miss out on those. They're really good. I see them every morning. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So having said that, Shy, I'll talk to you later. Blake, thank you for being here, man. Have a great weekend.
You guys have a great weekend. And Pax, I hope you get your energy back, or energy.
I got energy.
He's got
Get
energy.
your power.
He's got energy.
Your power. And some energy too,
I have no shortage of that. Yes, thank you, Blake Ski. Have a great weekend, Blake. I'll see you Sunday. Tracy, have a great weekend. I love you. You're the
Good
best.
seeing
in the
you,
business.
Pax.
I'll
Bye,
talk to you
Trace.
this
Later.
weekend.
Yeah,
All
I'll talk
right.
to you this weekend. All right.
See you, Jim.
Bye, guys.
See you guys.
You want to hear some of the conversations Tracy and I have. Some are in English, some aren't, but they're all funny. And they're all wise and very, very good. Anthony, did you hear me? So, Jimmy, I love your shirt. Tommy Bahama is Armani for 60-year-old plus, man.
Dude, Jack Lisa gave me this shirt.
I was there. And I thought, what a nice thing.
It's a classy thing.
And he's calling you old. When a young guy buys somebody,
Well,
Tommy
yeah.
Bahama is saying, you're like my dad.
We never met before. It was I felt really I was humbled by that. It was a nice gesture.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's a
it was
nice
very
shirt.
nice.
So I wear it all the time. Anyway.
Jack is a great kid. I really enjoyed meeting him in Miami, and I enjoy his streams. You know what I like about Jack? When he's trading on stream, he explains what he's doing. He explains his thoughts. He explains why he's doing it. He does it beforehand. I enjoy that. Whether it's a good trade, positive, it's always a good trade. Whether it's a profitable trade or not.
Yeah, and he'll show losers. I mean, he's not.
Right.
He is who he is.
Jack is a good dude, and he looks like he could be my son, which also I like. He's a very, very handsome young Irish man.
He might be actually. Do you know he's not for sure?
No, I may have. There might be a bunch of half me running around all over the place.
I don't want to know.
Especially, okay. Fuck.
So that means you did not do that.
I'm holding my rosary in my hand. Now I feel guilty.
You didn't do that 101 DNA test just in case, right? You don't want anyone knocking on your door.
I did. I did.
Oh,
Specifically for that reason. Oh, we got to switch here. This is bad conversation, but I did do it. I did it just this year.
oh wow. Yeah, no, I never did
No
it.
surprises. Thanks God.
Yeah.
All right. So there's a lot to talk about. And I
Yeah.
really, really enjoyed that. The extended segment with Blake and Tracy. That was really, really interesting. And, I love talking to both of them. And, Blake and I are developing a really good and fast friendship. We're very similar in a lot of ways that we think. I thought it was interesting to listen to him talk about gold versus currencies.
Yeah.
He's a currency trader. I'm more of a gold trader, so we trade the same instruments for the same basic reasons. No, we trade different instruments for the same basic reasons, which are all correlated and related. And it's, he's just an interesting guy. And Tracy and I are text one another quite often, talk about different things, and you and I feel like me and Gabriel, my son and I had dinner last night. And I said, I feel like I've known Jimmy most of my life.
But this is the genius of Delhi, right? He put
Right.
together this team of compatibility. This team of joy, I'll call it, right? So we're all clicking on the same cylinders. It's NinjaTrader Live is awesome, by the way.
Who
So
knew that Anthony was that smart? I've known him for almost 35 years. That was brilliant.
oh man, any of
You know,
that. All right.
Anthony, let me tell you one thing about Anthony. For all of you that don't know, Anthony was the very first trader that I knew, and I knew a lot of them, that was profitable on the screens. And for a while, he was the only trader I knew that was profitable on the screens. Anthony was able to make that leap first before many people. Anthony is quite a visionary in that way. He sees things before others do, and he pounces on it. And that's what great traders do, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. For sure. So I gotcha. My guy was John Carter. When I met him, he made the transition to online pretty good.
Was he
That's
in the pit?
back in the day. No, John was he might not have been in the pit actually, but he figured out the online trading stuff early.
He didn't have to transition. We had to transition. That was hard.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right. So listen.
Pax, let's go to that. Let's start with the S&P right now. I mean, we're literally
Yeah. Let's
less
get to
than
it.
well, a little bit more than 2.5% away from all-time highs right now. We're kind of pausing. We had a bullish engulfing candle, they would call it, on a daily yesterday. Huge rally yesterday after that big break, and now we're kind of inching our way up again, but a little bit tepid. And I'm wondering, do we care why we're above that 7,400 even level right now, but we're kind of below the my VWAP band at the top there.
The only time I care about the why of things is after I get positioned. So no, I don't care about why. But it's interesting to talk about. But for a trading standpoint, I don't care. There's a lot of things to think about. We are in the heaviest days of rollover right now. There's been today, like overnight, 268,000 have traded in the June, and 112 have traded in the Sep. There's a 60 plus handle spread between the two. Now, as I've been saying all week long, rollover, strange things happen in rollover. And if you're watching, for one thing, volume is huge during rollover. And all of the volume profile order for people are starting to think like, oh my goodness, something's going on. Nothing is going on. It's rollover. It's more about rolling open interest and open positions than it is about price discovery. So weird moves happen out of nowhere. Weird things happen and moves stop and moves get exacerbated. And I think we saw that yesterday. The tape was quick, it was fast, it was choppy, and it wasn't something I wanted to be involved in because we could have either rallied 100 handles or 200 points, or we could have broken 100 handles or 200 points out of nowhere for no real reason, and then you have to come up with a reason after the move happened. And that's what I think we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Pax, right now, I'm still showing my June contract having a lot more volume than the Sep contract.
Yeah, we'll roll on Monday. Somebody just asked that, WTG. We roll on I'm not going to trade September until the volume is heavier in Sep. So
Yeah.
this morning, one of the reasons why I cannot stand, I would not trade this if I wasn't in here today. One of the reasons I can't stand trading rollover is because the volume is split between the two contracts. And so, like I said, strange things happen and moves, that are get exacerbated. So volume should roll, or should become heavier in September after the open or around the open on Monday. It's been as late as Tuesday. It used to be, before the cost to carry and before the spread between the two contracts, it used to be that we'd roll on Thursday, or even Friday, yesterday or today. But now, as the spread increases, the cost to carry increases or stays heavy, then rolls happen later and later and later.
I mean, I'm looking at, I forgot what you just said in terms of the spread, but I think I'm looking at like a $62 spread right now.
That's what I said. It's 60 plus handles.
Yeah.
SEP is trading right now. June is trading at 74.08. SEP is trading at 69 and a half. 69 and a half.
Yeah. So we'll focus on the June contract today. And Pax makes a good point. If you're not sure where the volume is, you could just pull up both contracts side by side on your market analyzer, your quote board, or whatever you're using to look at volume, and you'll be able to see the volume differential, and you'll be able to see it converge and then flip flop over to September. So that's when you'll know it's safe to kind of roll over and start trading the next month.
Yeah, you'll see, like, right. I'll tweet it if you guys want me to wait for me to tell you. I mean, I'll tell you. It'll be, it'll be Monday, and I'll tell you when I'll tweet it.
And it's important everybody to know that this is a phenomenon for the stock index futures. The four major ones, along with their micros. So they're all doing the same thing at the same time.
Very good point. Worth mentioning, anyway.
Yeah.
So listen, be careful during roll, okay? I cannot stand the rollover period. Rollover period is traditionally 2 weeks, but it's really like a week and a half. Started Monday, the beginning of this week, ends Wednesday. Technically, it ends with contract expiration on Friday, but ends Wednesday. The front month will be September in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Sometime Monday. I will not trade Monday. And then don't forget, here's another thing. We also have the Fed next week, and when we have the Fed at the end of rollover, those moves are also outsized. I will be prepared to trade September big time on Wednesday. Okay. Yeah. So pay attention to that. This has been a Capital Preservation Friday, right? Since last Friday, this has been hugely profitable trading. If you're trading price action, if you're buying dips, you're taking a lot of risk in order to be able to make a couple hundred points. But from 75.90 from last Friday's opening range, back and forth, up and down, all over the place, down to yesterday's low, or Wednesday or Thursday low at 72.32, and then the save. It's been a great back and forth trade. There's been a little bit of everything for everybody.
But the thing that I noticed, though, too, especially the last two sessions, is, when you enter a position, a lot of times, and I've been talking to a lot of traders about this week, you're exposed to more risk, more heat if you're not careful, because of just the crazy volatility that we're seeing based on these news stories.
Not me. Nothing changes for my trading process. A lot of people want to size down to this kind of volatility. It's the opposite for us. We size up. Now I might wait. I'm going to take less round turns. But it's the same. It's the same thing here. Like right now, we're trading at 74. Well, we're trading at 74.05. Yeah. If I sell 74.05s and it goes off from my way, I put a scratch stop in. I'm not going to sell 74.05s and take a wider stop. That's not how I trade. So, right or right out, it works or it doesn't. And I'll show you in 30 minutes when we open how to do that with the spread, with the mini micro spread. But the point is that, that's not I like wider ranges. There's two ways to become financially free in this market, at least from my perspective. And it's to take more out of the market, and it's to take more, more than 4, 5, 10 points out of the S&P, certainly out of the NASDAQ, and to do it with bigger size. So learning how to size up. Wednesday was Tuesday this week was a great example. The opening range was 74.54 to 74.54 to 74.58.75, I believe. We rallied 30 points out of the opening range on Tuesday. 30 points. We had 31 or 32 points. We had two 15-handle rotations from the opening range. When we came down to the opening, I tweeted all of this out live. When we came back, actually beforehand, I tweeted it beforehand. When we got back down to 58.75, that was a time for me and my traders in the PAX group to get fancy. What I call getting fancy. It's a silly term, but to sell the top of the opening range and sell the bottom of the opening range. Why? Because I'm willing to spend money in that. I'm going to, and it's a great way. It's a great way for me to size up, to increase my size without increasing my risk. So when we come back down to the opening range, I'm fully expecting a 30-handle equidistant swing. What the market does in the upside, the market will do on the downside, and it will do so in equal measure. And we got that, my brothers and sisters. So we came down in our group. We sold 58.75s. We sold 54.5s, double unit on, and we took those down. I forget what the low was Friday, but Tuesday. But here, I got charts. But it was low. We broke like crazy, and it was a great trade. So we look for places like that, nice and quiet, like a lion, laying in the weeds, waiting for his prey. When we find the low Tuesday was 72.47. So when we find that prey, we jump on it.
Yeah.
Pounce on it. Otherwise, chill, wait, let it happen. This year is not, except for gold and silver in the beginning of the year, this year has not been a huge trading year for me, except for, and I'm also kind of done trading for active income. But the last week has been hugely profitable. Very profitable because of the fact that it got obvious. It became clear to me what the market was doing, both on the upside and on the downside yesterday when we held.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what, we have a double whammy today, right? We have the open, which could cause some excitement. And then we have, the SpaceX phenomenon going on as well.
Yeah.
Which could cause some excitement. I don't, it's going to, like Blake said, it's going to bleed into whether or not it's in the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ or any other stock index future in the universe. It's going to bleed into everything else. It's all correlated. It's all about expectations.
Huge. Hey, listen, if that fails, we've seen the high. SpaceX fails, the S&P has seen the high. We break like crazy.
Are you in on it? Are you in on it or no?
Yeah, I bought a bunch. Me and Gabriel, my son, downloaded Robinhood yesterday. We bought it. No, I'm not in on it. Okay. But we were going to dinner last night, and Gabriel said, "Hey, Dad, I downloaded Robinhood. I want to get in on that on SpaceX." I said, "Well,
I met Gabriel the other day."
Did you?
Yeah. Oh,
nice
it was
kid.
on Zoom. It was on Zoom. Yeah. But what a good looking kid.
Yeah, thank you. He looks like his mother. Thank God. But he is. He's such a good kid, and he's so inquisitive, and he loves learning. He's quiet. He's not like me. He's very quiet.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. My kid knows everything already. So.
Oh, my older son. He knows everything too.
Let's pivot over to NASI right now. NASI is kind of bumping up against the swing high that we saw back on the 14th of May at 29,782. We're just right up against it right now, hanging out.
So here's two more things I wanted to talk about. I tweeted about these yesterday. So Jimmy, I can tell you don't read my tweets. You were talking about 7,500. That was disappointing.
7,820. What do you mean? That's on my chart.
Oh, I know. The important levels here in both the S&P and the NASDAQ are the 50% fib, right? The halfway back point. Okay. And the high in the S&P is, I can do this from memory. The NASDAQ I'll have to look at, but the high of the SPOO is 76.32. That's the high. That's the all-time high. That's where he broke from. The lowest move is 72.32. So that's a 400-point difference, right? A 400-point move.
Yeah.
Divide it in half, that's 200, add it back, and that takes us to 74.32. So 74.32 is the pivot here. If we can get above 74.32 in the SPUSI, then we target back up to the all-time high. If we hold 74.32 on the downside, then we'll target back down to 72.32 eventually. The NASDAQ halfway point.
Well, hang on a sec. I'm going to add this 74.32 you just said, right?
Yes. So
Well,
that's the important level. You guys are talking about the big round number earlier at 7,500. I don't care about that.
All right.
Above 74.32, I'll be long, and I'll take profit at the rotations, and I'll add above them.
All right. I added it. Let's go to the NASI now. What's the number on the NASI?
29,517. That's the number. The high of the NASDAQ here, and I got to look at the chart, is 30,807.
All right, give me that again. 29.5. What's the number?
30,807.
No. The
29,517.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, anytime.
Got it on there as well. Well, guess what? We're right there now.
Yeah, we're 100 handles below it, but we got there yesterday, late in the day. The NASDAQ got there first, and then it kind of churned it for a bit. What we do overnight? Got above it by 100.
Hang on. I might have mistyped it. 29,517, right?
Yeah, 29,517. We're at 29,418 now.
Yeah, we blasted off it. Right now, that's the bottom. That's the low today.
Yeah. No. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the September NASI.
No, June. We're in June still.
Oh, geez. Look at that. What happened there?
It rolled.
It rolled on my thing, maybe.
That's why you guys all have to look at your settings and make sure you're still in June.
Look at that. Look what that guy did. That's interesting. All right. Yeah, you got to pay attention, you guys. I did not. And my NASI's in September right now. I'm going to have to change that back to June. I'll do that. I'll do that on the fly, bud.
Hey, Perone, so sounds Cosmo. I bet your name is Cosmo, another Irish guy like you. So Cosmo, think of the opening range as a room. Okay, if the market is trading inside of that room, I don't want anything on. So if the opening range to the S&P is 74 even to 74.10, I'm flat ski. If we're 10 bid, I'm long. If we're even offer, I'm short. Okay, I don't fade the opening range except for the late day trade. And some of you asked about that, and I'll explain that to you in a second. You see what I mean? I don't trade in the middle of the opening range. Sometimes people are going to use the opening print, and then trade, use that. I don't do that except on Sunday nights on the reopen. Okay, so if the market is inside of the opening range, I am flat. The market in the S&P, I don't trade gold and I don't trade bonds like that. Crude I do, but I haven't traded crude for a while. But gold and bonds are a swing trade for me. S&P, NASDAQ, if the market is inside the opening range, I'm not trading it.
So on that, now that you mentioned bonds, you open the door a little bit. We are in September bonds, everybody. They rolled already.
Yeah, a while back.
This morning I wrote about this in our newsletter, our daily newsletter that we do with Deli Shy and Craig. And by the way, if you haven't got it, everybody, it's free. Just pop in your. We'll get a link in here in the chat for you guys, and it goes right to your.
Up on me.
It's delivered right to your inbox, Pax.
Yeah, I read it. Well, I didn't read it today because no power.
All right, so now I don't feel bad about not reading your text yesterday. Your text. We're even now.
Today, you schmuck. That's funny.
We're even. I don't know. I'm a little bit older than you, and there's so much stuff on X. It's just hard to keep up.
Considerably older than me, by the way. Considerably.
Yeah, that's true. I know.
No. All right, so listen. The bonds have been a phenomenal trade, a great trade. Last week, we talked about the same levels, okay? You want to be short below 112.28 or around 112.28 with your stop at 13.02. Talked about this last week. I think I did clip it, or 2 weeks ago, actually. Should have clipped it and put it out there. I think I did, maybe. The same levels hold true. So then you're going to take, if you're short the 30-year bond is a great trade, guys. Don't sleep on it. You get the edge. You're able to scratch trades pretty efficiently is the word I think I'm looking for. Not easy, but efficiently. If once you get used to look at the market like I do. So you're short 112.28. You're going to take profit at 111. Actually, this at 111.11. But now we've got the low of this whole move, which and
Yeah,
not the whole move
111.11
this
was
week.
that swing low from yesteryear, and
Yeah,
it's still a valid level.
it's still a valid level, but now that level becomes 111.01 ish. Oh one, let's see. 111.01 to oh 03. Okay, so that 111.11 price becomes 111.03. And then underneath 111.01, you want to sell more. So
So
we've
hang
got
on a
another
sec.
point in it.
Is 111.11 out the window now? Are we ignoring that?
Yes. Now we've got a let's see. One. We got a triple bottom there on the week on the dailies. We got three
Yep.
3 days where we stopped there,
Yeah.
and then if you go back to late May, we stopped there on the upside too. Rolled up to 111.01, broke. Rolled up to 111.01, broke. So yeah, 111.11 gives way to another 10 ticks on the downside.
Got it. All right. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I was surprised at the size of yesterday's candle, but
Me
uh,
too.
and it
Me
went
too.
quick. It went quickly, lickety splitly.
Me too, man. I mean, I think the bonds are in a bear market, and I have made no secret of the fact that I am very bearish bonds, and still am long term too. I put out this weekend a question. I should have asked Tracy and Blake about this. A question about the Fed. Who thinks the Fed is going to cut? And I'm surprised at the amount of experienced people that say they're going to cut. The Fed just cannot cut because Trump desires that, and because Warsh is Trump's guy. That's just the market forces just don't work that way. So the market is telling us something different. But when the 30-year bond rallied as hard as it did, when the yield curve had the move that it had yesterday, the bonds specifically, I thought, well, hey, maybe they're right. Bonds rallied hard, but I think it's just a large part of that was based off of today's SpaceX stuff, based off the bounce in gold, based off of the bounce in the indices, and now is subject back to normal trading and a short cover rally. So a little bit of that run up that we had yesterday in the bonds, and with the overnight high is a little bit of a short cover, I think, and all of that ingredients thrown in there.
All right, all right. Dam Replays asks, "Hey Jim, is there a website that shows the front contract for all the futures contracts, or is it best just to view the volume?" Couple things, Dom. For me, I like to view the volume. I want to see when that volume switches, when it switches over, and you'll be able to just watch it side by side. There's all sorts of places where you can get the published rollover date, first notice date, last trading date. But really, at the end of the day, you want to go where the volume is. So because it's tighter bid-ask spreads, right? And you have more participation. So keep an eye on the trading ladders, on the quote boards rather, and you'll be able to do it that way. Also, the CME has a really great tool on their website. If you type in CME Group pace of the roll, you'll get a page. And then you can see it graphically how quickly the roll is happening on a percentage basis. It's a really great landing page. So if you could find that pace of the roll on the CME website, and you could check any contract that you want. So I look at that at night.
Hey, Andres, that's a good point, and I see what you mean about CPI contracting. Now, so that means you're bearish. You're very bearish indices, right? You're very bearish equities. I just asked that in the chat. I think that's a very interesting point. All right, so I don't know. I want to see what his answer is. So the bonds are a great trade. Bonds are down. If I didn't lose, then I don't see it that way. I don't see what you mean. I would take the other side of that trade. If the S&P breaks like crazy, then I can see a reason for the Fed to cut. But yeah, well,
we hit a
no chance.
4.2 year over year. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't all this talk about core.
Oh, shit.
It just annoys me. I mean,
Me too.
core means, I mean, everything is non-core for me. They should have a non-core CPI.
There's no shot. There's no shot they cut. They cut. We have 10% interest rates on a 30-year bond, and this country cannot withstand it. The dollar can't withstand it.
No.
All right, now watch the bonds sell off. They're continually selling off. You got another point to the downside. Gold. I talked about gold with Blake and Tracy. Gold is a great trade. Silver. I haven't paid attention to silver for a while. I am paying attention to silver now. I'd like to buy it in the 5 handle. We haven't quite gotten there yet. Bitcoin, I want nothing to do with between 50,000 and 74,000. I don't. It's like a huge opening range. I don't want anything to do with it there. But now listen, this is important.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
Can we go back to the Bitcoin for a second?
Yeah.
I'm changing charts so fast, my head's starting to spin.
That's okay. That's how my brain works, Jimmy. Follow the bouncing ball.
What time is it? Oh, we got 43 seconds left, and we're gonna switch. I noticed it. Here's the micro Bitcoin right here. Pax, what was your downside target?
50,000.
Okay.
We get above 74,000. I'll buy more and take them up to 8120. Remember, I tweeted about that. Maybe I don't know if I talked about it. 8120.
I didn't see that one either.
What?
Tweet.
I talked about it on the Sunday show. Oh, you're not watching the Sunday show.
I do. I didn't. Not this. I had a power outage this Sunday.
But I don't want to take away the thunder from the Kraken guys after. So I usually keep my Bitcoin to myself.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Well, let's roll into this next segment here, Pax. This next segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. We're going to talk about micros. We're going to talk about minis. We're going to talk about spread trades. Pax is if Pax is going to get his charts up, we can talk about. There we go. Trading one against the other. Now, the genius here is that, especially today, especially folks with a certain amount of risk capital, micro contracts. There's a lot of meat on the bone. There's a lot of potential here, and there's no shame in trading them. I trade them. I trade them frequently. Micros are your friends. When you think about the slogan, go big, go small, or go home. Well, there's an opportunity to go small.
Screw that up.
If you do the micros. I don't know. Someone famous said that. I can't remember.
Go big, go small, or not at all. It rhymes.
That's not at all. I said go home. Anyway, you get my point.
Yes.
So for just pretty much most of the major asset classes here at the CME Group, you have these micro contracts available. In the ones that are important to me, the stock index futures, of course, but crude oil, micro crude so far has done almost 80,000 contracts. We haven't had a bell ring yet. That's pretty big. I know crude's already open, but we haven't had the New York bell open yet. 79,000, almost 80,000. Gold so far. Where's my gold? Where's my gold micro? 204,000 contracts already, right? So there's liquidity there. There's, the bid-ask spreads are tighter typically when you have all of this trading volume coming through as well. I'm showing a micro Bitcoin chart, by the way, which is one of my favorites as well. So we're going to talk a lot about the micros. Pax is going to talk about a technique that he uses to do a spread trade, basically the mini S&P and the micro S&P, and trade those side by side with a certain technique that he's developed. So we're going to see that actually live when the bell rings at 9:30. So I just wanted to kind of lay the foundation of what we're thinking with respect to the micros.
Yes, I agree.
How was that for an introduction?
That was great. The micros. So the micros are a great trade. I'm not a great trade. They're a great tool. They're the funding companies, of which mine will be up and running in the fall. I hope funding companies have introduced futures trading to millions of people that otherwise might not have either access to them or knowledge of them or the desire to trade them. Micros are a great way for funded traders to trade, and also a great way for those that get payouts to open up their own live accounts. There is a real progression to learning how to trade. There's a real progression to learning how to be a long-term profitable trader. There's just a real progression to it. And, and you have to give yourself the gift of time. You have to give the market your time, not your money. I've heard, well, I've used this term, that's tuition. All that money I lost was tuition. I hate when I hear that. The funded traders are able to segue into live trading by trading the small contract in the micros. As you progress and you realize that there are two ways to become financially free, and that's taking less round turns with bigger size, and it's learning how to add your positions, the minis become another great tool that you can utilize along with the micros. The minis and the micros, by melding the two into sort of a spread, not a true spread, but sort of a spread, becomes a great way of trading. Now, a spread in its simplest form is you give up a little something on your upside to hedge your downside. That's the simplest idea of a spread. But the best part of the spread is that not only is that the case, but it also, when the momentum of the market becomes clear, many of us are going to flatten out, pat ourselves on the back and tell us that's a good trade. We're good traders. Great traders are going to be able to kind of take profit at the same level and leave something on and look to add. And trading the spread gives you the ability to go from, like a hedge to the same side to being on the right side of the market in both markets. Trading the mini and the micro as such is going to give you the ability, as you continue to progress, into learning how to do that. And that is ultimately one of the powerful aspects of trading the minis versus the micros. Now, the way that we do that in my group, I don't trade this way. I trade bigger size, but the way that we do this in my group and the way that I teach it is what I'm going to show you on the open. And MOU, I saw, I think somebody asked about, I don't time the market, but I'll show you how I get in and out in 15 minutes, 10 minutes when we open. But, let's say I enter with the 2-lot in the S&P, which I've got, you can see my domes, which is what I'm going to buy. I buy or sell. I'm going to buy a 2-lot or sell a 2-lot, depending on what the opening range is. Now I've got 20 micros I can trade out of. Okay, so I'm going to take profit in the trade by buying 25% of my unit in. I am all in. I never DCA in, ever. I never add to a loss, ever. Not just in my trading, but also in my my investing. I don't ever dollar cost average into a trade, and I never average in a loss. I am all into a position, and if the position goes against me, I simply get out. I scale out, though. I will scale out in 25% of my unit. I'm never all out of a position unless it hits my stop. But once that market gives me protection, now it's just a matter of the best part of any trade is managing your profit. First, you have to manage your risk, and I'll show you how to do that. And then when the market protects you and gets above your entry or below your entry, now you have to manage your profit. And if you're going to learn how to be a great trader, you're going to learn how to become financially free. You have to learn how to exploit your profit. There is only 3 parts to every trade: managing risk, managing profit, and exploiting profit. That's it. So if you can do those sorts of things, and you can do them consistently without your emotions making you experience FOMO, and without your emotions and your thoughts and your fear of success, your fear of whatever, fear in general, which is going to cause you to chase missed opportunity, chase wiggles, chase moves, scalp noise, do all of the things that end up, causing people to lose or to blow their accounts. Don't chase anything. Wait for your setup. Take that setup. If it works and the market protects you, trade out. And I'll show you how to do that using the spread. Learn how to add your positions. Okay. Don't chase missed moves. Yeah. Don't chase missed opportunities. Don't try to make back lost money ever.
XYZ on Wednesday, I think it was, he had a great explanation on why you don't chase moves. It was really, really well done. So if you get a chance and could find that on the stream, it was really good.
Well, part of it is, if you wanted to be long at 73 even and you're 70 whatever, just pick a price. If your plan was to be long at 73 even and you missed the trade, well, I got to get long now. So now you're going to buy them at 73 quarter. The market retraces back down to 73.05, and you're getting out where you should be getting in. How many times have you guys all done that?
Yeah.
You're stopping yourself out at the exact place that you wanted to get in originally. So if you're chasing moves, that's the kind of shit that's going to happen to you. And then you start chasing money. If you miss the move, you miss the move. Get up and walk away. There's always going to be another one. But
Always
if you
gonna be
chase a
another day.
move, if you chase a move or you chase lost money, you are not guaranteeing you are not guaranteeing that you're going to be here for the next move. You may wind up, doing some of the things that I had to do after I chased, and that's no fun. So wait, there's always going to be another move. If you missed this gigantic rally yesterday, today's a new day. You live to fight another one. And maybe today is the day that you make your fortune. Yesterday wasn't. But what you didn't do is you did not blow yourself up in trying to chase that. You see what I mean? You put yourself in a position to control your future. My mom used to say things like, what do I got, a money tree? You think I got a money tree in the yard?
I know.
This is a money tree. Trading is a literal money tree.
Yeah,
As long as you
but
control
the old
things.
timers would say that. What do you think? Money grows on trees?
Yeah. What do you think I got, a money tree in the yard? No, man, no, bam. This trading is a money tree, but you have to be confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. You've got to be CCFF. You've got to take care of your mind, your body, your spirit. All of the things that we talk about every Friday here and Sunday, but especially Jimmy and I on Friday. All of those things, your mindset, your heart, you got to take care of your mind, body, and spirit. That's important. You have to have a trading process that gives you a discernible and explainable edge. And this is a way to do that. You need to be able to live within the framework of that trading process that gives you a discernible and explainable edge. Don't ever veer from it, and don't ever chase. And my brothers and sisters, you will put yourself in a position to go pick up money off that tree, money off that tree, almost at will. You cannot be part of every move. Doesn't happen. You might be able to say, I'm not part of the bond move. I mean, I could have covered better. I was short for a week and a half, but I didn't resell them today. I'm not chasing. I'm not going to sell them. Okay. There's always going to be 2008. The market broke, I don't even remember what the percentage change was, but, and I would have, could have, should have, right? If and buts were candy and nuts, what a wonderful fucking world this would be. But I wasn't trading. My mother was dying. My son Gabriel was in the hospital for a month and a half. My mother died in June. My sister died in October. My mother-in-law died in, I always say February, but it was March. I missed that entire year. I missed it. And then I blew up in 2012. But if I would have been there, nope, I wasn't.
Well, your emotional state was compromised. I mean,
I know. But the point is I missed the trade, and I didn't chase it.
Yeah.
Until 2012. Then I did. So take it easy. There's always going to be another trade. Do you understand? But if you guys chase, there won't be. You're going to blow another account. You're going to have to buy more funding company accounts. You're going to have to, put more money on your credit card. But just wait. Live within the framework that your process provides. That's discernible. Make sure that you have an edge that's discernible and explainable. Make sure that your process is consistent, repeatable, and scalable. And when it is those three things, then live within it. And you'll put yourself in a position to be able to pull money off that money tree.
There you go. So we got about 3 minutes left, Pax, before the bell rings, before we first see your opening range. All the candles that happen up till now, overnight, do you even look at or care about?
No. No, I don't care what the overnight high is. I don't care what the overnight low is. The market is going to open in 3 minutes. That's when the algorithms that determine price action are going to be trading, and that's what I'm going to be trading. So here you can see, I'm going to be looking for the 1500 rotations in the S&P from the opening range. Yeah. Here's yesterday's opening range. The solid lines: 74.11, 73.01. We broke 2 rotations, tried to get the third, we didn't. We came back above 01 and rallied like mad, with the non-MOU, the non-deal, non-deal. So, okay, also rollover. But here, we came out of the opening range. We broke like crazy. This is Thursday. Broke like mad. It was a great day. Yeah, I mean, every day is like this, right? So I don't care about what the market did overnight. I'm just going to wait for the opening range to populate here, and then I'm going to get long above it, short below it. And I'm going to use the micros to scale out.
Got it. We've got about a minute and a half. Relax, that deep breath time.
You guys keep asking about the late day trade. After the open, after I get position, I'll explain it. Okay. Please remind me if I forget. All right. So listen, we got a minute and a half left. So it's very important. Maybe you guys have not noticed, but my brain works very quickly. So before
we've noticed, Peg.
Thanks. So before the market opens, I need to kind of quiet it. So do some box breathing. Yeah. Okay. So breathe in 4 seconds, hold it 4 seconds, and breathe out. Lower your heart rate. Lower your blood pressure so that you see everything on the dome. Well, I trade the domes so that I see everything on the domes in slow motion when everybody else sees it chaotically, and then I'll be able to control my actions and not let my actions control me.
On the far right, PAX has the micro E-mini S&P, and on the dome to the left, it's the E-mini S&P.
Here's the minis. I mean the micros. Here's the minis. I have my quantity set to 2 for the minis, and my quantity set for 5, so I can trade out.
Little numbers on the left are the bid. Little numbers on the right are the offers.
Cosmo, I will talk about that too. Remind me again after the open. Those 2 things I'll talk about are reversals. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, pop. Oh my goodness.
Angry.
Yeah. Roll over. Roll, euro. Oh, what an opening range. Holy smokes. Be careful. This is a fast tape. Don't read too much into it. Just because we've got a 20 handle opening range does not mean that we're going to be busy. It means it's going to be choppy AF. The opening range is 24.75 to 07. All right, so 15 handle opening range. But yeah, 24.07. Okay. 07Q. 07Q.
07 to 24 quarter, 3/4.
Yeah. To 24.75. All right. Well, fuck. So, somebody had asked earlier about if I'm trading in the middle of the opening range. I am not. We're inside it. I don't want to do anything. This might actually be a time that I would initiate on a sell stop.
So when you click on the offer side, you're selling a contract. You click on the bid side, you're buying a contract.
Bonds are breaking.
Nope.
All right, I'm short. Oh God, where's my mouse? Shit, I missed my out. I couldn't find my cursor. That sucked. Thank God it was only a 2 lot.
No, wait, you're my age.
I couldn't find my cursor. I couldn't get out. Plus, I was looking at the bonds. All right, so that was a false breakdown. Went nowhere.
In the lower right of the dome, everybody, there's a button that says close. Think of that as a panic button. Click on that and everything closes and flattens.
I think I sold those 7 hands. All right, let's go, you son of a bitch. So bonds are breaking, gold is rallying. So, I don't know. Capital flows, nothing. If gold was selling off, along with the bonds selling off, then I would think that the S&P is going to try to sell off. What is the NASDAQ doing? Oof. $501. Holy shit, the NASDAQ's got a real wide opening range. 501 to 371, 100 and whatever, 10 points. My goodness. So again, that all that signifies to me, it doesn't signify to me that we're going to be busy. This opening range signifies to me that it's going to be choppy. And so far, that's the truth, as they say in Chicago. 371, bottom of the opening range. Watch your matchups, those using my group. NASDAQ goes 371 off for the S&P ought to weaken too. 371 is the bottom and the NASDAQ opening range. You can see it right here on my dome. So NASDAQ is pressing lower. The S&P ought to go too. So let's, oh shit, see? Missed that shit. All right.
Wow.
So I'm looking at charts and I missed my entry. I'm going to sell them here. Uh, 07 quarter, 92 quarter. All right. So you guys are, you could have sold the pay line. What is the pay line? Oh, 3/4. All right. So if you miss it like me, you're going to wait for the rotation. 92 quarters, so 92, 94. You guys in my group all ought to be short. I was talking about it, not trading it. So 92, 94, you're going to sell 94. You're going to take profit on your shorts at 92. I mean, at 94, and then 94F. Then you're going to sell them underneath there. So let's go. This market ought to break. NASDAQ's getting whacked. But in trading, the rotation is a way to increase your size without increasing your risk, like getting fancy. Let's see if we can do that. First, you have to increase your risk. You sell 94s, then you sell 92s. So if you sell 94s, it goes offered, and then you sell 92s, you have no risk because you put your stop in at 93. Look at this. We're just down to 90 something, and 96. We're down to 96, 04 bid. Roll over. See how choppy this is? All the stocks related to SpaceX getting whacked. Tracy put in the chat.
Boy, and I'll get Pax's opinion here. Not necessarily from my point of view, does the NASDAQ usually lead in direction over the S&P.
Not always.
They're correlated, and a lot of times they go the same way. Sometimes one leads, sometimes one lags.
I like when the NASDAQ leads.
Yeah.
Because it's all right. So that's it. That's here. How do I do this? How do I put this snazzy out? All right, now look at. Oh my goodness! Look at this shit. This is unfucking tradable. Look at the. Never mind. I mean, this is untradeable. Look at it. So, look at it. No thanks. I'm putting the spools back up. Making me crazy. You're making me crazy. Oh, I don't know what I just did.
There you go.
I want to be June. So it's going to be MES.
So if you add that, then you can go down to the instrument, like double click in there and just change it to just backspace till you get to, and then just type in JUN 26. Oh yeah, and hit your enter. There you go.
There we go. All right, this sucks. We didn't even get the rotation to the downside to justify selling the 07 quarters in the first place. There's no good. I'm gonna roll over. I don't even want to. All right. Okay. I hesitated again. Sell the pay line. All right. Now, if you guys are going to sell the pay line, 3/4 of pay line. They're back up to the opening range. This is not worth your money. This is dangerous on the dance floor. You sell 07s, it's 04 offer back up to 08. You sell 07 quarters, you put your square, the market goes offered below you. Here. That's actually important. So watch how this works, the way that we trade. You sell 07 quarters, the market goes offered below your entry price. Look, can't lose money, right? Everybody else is going to get chopped up. I'm short too. I've got a scratch stop and I can't fucking lose money. You see how that works?
In other words, his stop is at his entry price, same price.
Yes. Scratch a room. Scratch, Tura Layeti. There. See, I scratched out, can't lose money. Let's try it again. See if, no, missed it. Hesitated again.
I mean, this is like popcorn right now, man, watching it pop.
Pop. That's a good point. You see what I mean? And also, I'd rather miss a move than to lose money. So if I sell those 7 quarters, it goes offered, I've got to scratch stop and I can't lose money. You sell those 7 quarters and then roll over, all of a sudden it's 16 bid. You know, I kind of like what happened in the first attempt out. See, I think about selling the paint line to take them down to the rotation, but we're back to the OR. See, there we go. You want to sell those 7 quarters, you don't put a scratch stop and you're buying back 12s. Or now you're rocking back and forth like a rabbi with your prayer shawl on.
Well, not only that, you're stressing out because you're taking heat.
It's something I used to say. You always knew who was stuck because they'd be rocking back and forth like a rabbi.
Yeah.
Getting about ready to puke.
Oh,
I always thought that was funny. The Catholic guys would be jingling the rosary in their pockets. You know? Oh my God. Thinking about calling bomb. You know how many times I sat there and thought, you know what? I'm loaded up. The market's rallying. Maybe I ought to call in a bomb threat. See what happens.
Wow, I almost got the 7 quarters again.
Oh, they got them. You can sell those 7 quarters and buy 12s all you want. Or you can sell those 7 quarters and you can scratch out all you want. This, it's not worth your money. It will be. All right, now a few things, okay? This is not worth my money. I'm not trading the opening range anymore, even if it's 2 lots. You got to trade, if you're a bigger trader and, you got to trade a 1 lot and a 2 lot like you would 20 lot. Same thing. That's not advice I always take, but it's advice I'll always give.
Yeah.
Okay, so not worth my money. Now, SpaceX stuff, we're going to be busy. The market is going to do stuff. And I want to be able to take advantage of that if and when it happens. So I want to trade the rotations. First rotation on the downside, every 15 handles below the opening range. So the opening range is 07 quarter. First rotation is 92 quarter. So I'm going to buy 94s. I'm not going to be short, but we get down there. I'm going to sell 94s and I'm going to sell 92s. Then the next rotation is 77 quarter. It'll populate when we take out 92 quarter. But the next rotation is 77 quarter. So I'm going to buy 79s in my short and then sell more. Oh, look at that. We're just at 07. Now we're 100. Wow.
Stowe would
Dangerous
also say
on the
that's
dance
angry.
floor.
Some angry
What
sign.
in God's name just happened?
She's dangerous on the dance floor.
Dangerous on the dance floor. Dangerous.
That's right.
That's awesome. Who went and found that? That's awesome. All right, so I don't know.
Tape on, baby.
Nobody could have sold those. Well, they rollover. This is how rollover trades.
So here's the headline that I'm seeing. Trump, Iran leaked terms do not match written agreement. This is a Trump post on Truth Social. Iran leaked terms do not match written agreement.
It's not good. All right, well.
Everyone's trying to save face here in this deal, Pax.
I know.
I'm going to get another rotation level down here, buddy.
Yeah, we are. I missed the 92s. I don't know how you could have caught that, but that was just Curry. That was crazy town.
Well, it's wise that you didn't, right? Because you probably would have tried to scratch stop, had a worse stop, and
you had to be an HFT to be able to get in there.
HFT?
High frequency trader. Trading at picoseconds.
Picosecond.
Or is the schnaz? Rotations.
Oh, there we go. Trump with they better get their act together and fast.
Oh, I'm going to bomb the bejesus out of them. All right.
I might be having tacos again today for lunch. I had them yesterday.
All right.
All right. You're short 4 of the minis.
Short 2. I got stopped out at 2.
Short 2.
All right. Opening range, NASDAQ 371, first rotation 306, NASDAQ selling off. Selling off. All right, there we go, you motherfucker. Okay, finally got something on. Don't have to catch the whole thing. I'm going to wait for the scratch stop because it's so volatile. All right, now put scratch stop in. Uh-oh, I'm going to cancel that son of a bitch. Fuck, see?
You're on
Sold
the
them
right
again.
side of history here, Pax.
All right, so listen. So got him, right? I'm going to let him kind of tick around here. 92. Ooh. $92 equals 77 quarter. I'm out. Sell them again. S&P is a little weaker than the NASDAQ. So 70, what was it? 77 equals 92, 292. So if you're watching the matchups, if you're watching the momentum matchups in our group, 77, 79 equals 292 in the NASDAQ. Right now the NASDAQ is trading at 320, 330. All right. Dangerous on the dance floor. Dangerous. This sucks. Not worth your dough. The market can break 100 fucking points. Is going to do it without me. Not worth your money. Remember earlier we were talking about making sure you're here. Oh, wait. Now the matchups are coming in line. Making sure you're here for the next trade. The next trade might be easier, might be better. Look at this. This is just rollover. Choppy AF. All right. Now, try these on for size so I can try to show you something.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah. I got 1 million of them, Jimmy. 1 million of them.
Keep them rolling, man.
All right, here's one. If
There we go.
you can't get out, put more on, more on. There you go.
If you can't get out, put more. Oh my God.
Can't get out, put more on, more on. Shit. Oh my God. Now it's gonna go.
NinjaTrader meetup. Are you going to London, Pax?
No, I was gonna go, but it's only 3 days, I guess. I thought about going.
Oh, there you go. You got it now. We're short.
All right. Now I want
Short
to
2
take
minis.
profit at the next rotation. 62.64. Oh God, you guys don't actually addition by subtraction. All right, I'm gonna do the only reason I'm trading is so I can show you how to do this, the spread. So I'm gonna buy 5 micros and fucking missed it. I'm gonna get stopped down.
It's pretty wild. So
There.
short at 77.75 right now.
All right. So the rotation is 62.64. Now the way that I trade is I scale out. So I take profit on the trade at the rotation, but I also have to pay for my trade to remove my risk. I'll do that now. All right. So now I'm short 2, long 5. I'm not actually long 5. I just bought 25% of my unit in to pay for my trade to remove my risk. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you took a quarter of your position off the table.
Yeah. So now if the market rallies, if we come back up, stop me out, we go back up to the opening range, we rally 100 points, well, I'm long 5 micros from the low. That's when it becomes, like you give up something in the spread to manage risk. And then sometimes you get both sides of the spreads going at the same time. You've just increased your size without increasing your risk. Because now
and you don't put a scratch stop in on the micro side because if your core position keeps going and going, that's okay.
Yeah. So look, I'm stopped out of my shorts. So now I'm long 5 micros because I paid for my trade. So now if the market makes it back to the opening range, I'm long. Oh, now you got to put in a scratch stop though.
Yeah.
So if the market goes back up to the opening range, I'm going to get long. I'm going to get long minis, and now I'm long here, short there. See, or I can just resell this rotation. Look how we're churning this rotation. The Nasdaq is trading stronger than the S&P right now, at least relative to the opening range. Look, we're at the Nasdaq or the S&P is at the second rotation right now, churning the second rotation. So 30 handles lower from the opening range. The Nasdaq is at the first rotation. See what I mean?
Yep.
All right, now I'm going to get stopped out of these. And all of it's coming back in line. This is just, it's a scalper's paradise.
And don't forget, I think Tracy said pre-IPO pricing at 950, and then they're launching, no pun intended, at 10 o'clock.
See what you did there? Very good. All right, now listen. While this is bouncing around like popcorn, late day trade. All right, now listen to me, okay? This is great. So if you only have an hour a day to trade, trade the late day trade. All right, 64.62. Trade the late day trade. What that is 3 o'clock Eastern time begins it. So it's 3 o'clock, okay? Yeah,
They call it
that's
power
what
hour,
is.
Pax.
Yeah, that's what they call it. That's what it's, yeah, that's, or the loser's hour if it's Friday afternoon.
I didn't make that up. That's what other people say.
I know. But in the Nasdaq pit, if you were in the pit on Friday for the last for the last hour, you were down money. So it was called the Losers Club.
Yeah, no, my power hours after 4 p.m.
Oh, that's Martini
at the
o'clock.
bar at Sorrel,
Yeah.
downtown Charleston with my gin martini.
That is Martini o'clock.
That's power hour on Fridays.
So 3 o'clock. Okay, now let's say the 3 o'clock price is 74.5. You look, it's the pivot. So let's say we're below the opening range, right? And it was choppy all day long. You didn't want to spend any money in it. It wasn't clear to you. It's clearly the market has stopped. Clearly the S&P has stopped at 74.32, and like I said earlier, it's going to target a lot lower down to 70. Well, as long as we're below 74.32, we target the lows. But if it isn't easy, I don't want it. And this isn't easy, right? This is choppy and dangerous, and I'd rather miss a move than to lose money. So
is your rotation segments the same at 3 o'clock?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting to it.
Oh, okay,
so
sorry.
That price at 3 o'clock is your pivot. So if we're below the opening range and the 3 o'clock price is 71 even, I'm going to be long 71 even. So it's the only time, if I was flat going into it, that's the only time that I would seemingly fade the opening range. I'm not fading the opening range. I'm trading the late day trade. Now, the late day trade is mostly a time-based trade. It's a time frame based trade. So every 15 minutes. So let's say the price is 74.5. You're short at 74.5, and at 3:15, we're trading at 69. So right in front of it, you buy 69s. And then we go offered below 69, you sell more. 3:30, price is 62. You take profit in front of that, and then right in front of that time frame. And then, if we trade below it, you're going to sell more. We did this last Friday. We did it Tuesday. They were hugely profitable trades. We get, and then after 3:30 becomes 3:50 and 3:55, the early MOCs, and then you flatten up into the close. Now, if you only have 10 minutes a day to trade, that is what you want to do. 3:50 and 3:55. You're going to use those prices as your pivots. All of this is just pivot trading. You're short below, long above. So again, 74.5 is the pivot. 3 o'clock price, you are short below it. And it should never, ever be more than a short expense or a scratch. Around those times, it doesn't trade that choppy. So you have like this is, or like the opening ranges. So you've got plenty of time to be able to get out. I'll tweet it. If I'm not going to be in front of the screens. I'll be working out at 3 o'clock. So I'm not going to tweet it today, but I'll tweet it again on Monday, or post it on X on Monday. So there's a lot of layers to my process. Everybody thinks that it's just the opening range trade. And, and that's, certainly a part of it. But, you don't like the opening range. It's too choppy. You don't know what direction it's going. Then trade the rotations. Actually, the best trades that we had today were from the rotations. It's just, actually, there was no good trades today. It's just too choppy. unless you're picking
So,
tops or bottoms and fading it.
so Pex, we have some folks that are new here, and I think someone asked earlier, what do you mean by pay line? I know you've explained it before, but if you could do it again.
When I pay for my trade, I pay for my trade by removing my risk. So traditionally, that's 4 points, but now with the ranges bigger, it's 15 points.
Yeah.
So don't it's not important. Don't worry about the pay line. Just pay for your trade by removing your risk. It's 15 points, okay? So pay for your trade, take profit at 15 points on these rotations. 65 points in the NASDAQ. All right, now, so listen, the opening range, everybody thinks that that's it for me, and it's not. The rotations are more powerful to me, and I make more money from the rotations than I will from the opening range. Last Friday, I didn't start to sell the S&P except for the stream here, but I didn't start to sell the S&P with serious size until 74.30, 74.99, which was 30 handles below the opening range. So you've got the opening range. I still have sell stops in here. I got to pay attention. So you've got the opening range and you've got the rotations. And then you've got my flattened zones and my macro zones. All of those prices that we've talked about a million times. 74.5 is a macro zone. Why? Because it's the equidistant swing from the yearly to, we've talked about this, right? 69.02 is the yearly opening range. What the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside. That's a separate thing, so I'm not going to talk about that. Now, listen, okay, right? So opening range, for rotations, and then macro zones and flattened zones, quarterly pivots, which are all mathematically based, and you're not going to find those on charts unless you mark them from when we talk about them in here. And then the late day trade, the last hour, time frame based, especially the last 10 minutes of RTH in the indices are the best, simple, best trades. If you're building your bankroll, if you're building your confidence, opening range is too choppy, you don't understand the 15-minute rotations, you don't know my macro zones, you don't want to join my group, then trade the last 10 minutes. Long above that price, short below it. So 350, if that price is 74.5, you're long 74.5, you wait till 354 and 50 seconds and you take profit. Let's say that price is 79. We go 79 offer, you get out, you get short. We go 79 bid, you add your position. And then you flatten going into the opening range. All right.
So
I don't
by
know
the
if any
way,
of that made sense.
Cooper, good to see you, Cooper, this morning. Thanks for being here. RTY back in the opening range. Did you ever look at RTY for an opening range trade?
No, I stopped hanging around with Russell a long time ago. I don't like Russell. I'm paying more attention to it now because of the reconstitution.
Yeah.
But I like the Russell. I shouldn't say that. I don't like trading the Russell so much anymore. I used to a lot, but I stopped when it just kind of sat for like 3 years. It sat. The S&P broke like crazy, rallied like crazy, and the Russell just hung around. So it became, hung around like a fat Irishman on a bar stool, drinking a flat Guinness. Never went anywhere. I don't want to trade that. I don't want to hang around with that, and I don't want to trade that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
That analogy works.
Same with the Dow.
Yeah, same with the Dow. The Dow moves. The Russell moves lately too, and the Dow moves. But I want to trade the market with the most open interest and with the most volume. I'm not trading 2 lots. I'm trading 16 lots, and I'm looking to add. So, if I'm adding to my position, and I got 32 on, or I get 62 on, and I start to trade out of that. I don't want to do that in a market that has no volume. If I can't get out, I'm going to trade smaller, not at all. And this is a market you can't get out in. You sell 77.5s, you're buying 83s. I did that twice today. No, thanks.
Yeah.
See what I mean? It's just, it's dangerous. I don't care, so this is where it gets a little confusing too, because I don't care about time in a trade except for the late day trade, and I don't care about volume in a trade. But if I cannot get out of a trade, look at the bids and offers in the S&P it's 10 up, 10 on the bid, 10 on the offer, and it's jumpy. I don't want to trade that because I can't get out. In the NASDAQ pit, if it was even on 100, somebody was even on 100 contracts, that's 100,000 every 10 points. So if it was even on 100 and Goldman was selling 200 lots, all the way down, I know that I can get out of them. And Witter's selling them and everybody's selling them. And it's even on 100, I'm going to go ahead and sell that 100. Why? Because I know I can get out. That's one of the reasons why I became such a big trader, is because I knew I can get out. Now, if it was, there was no volume behind it, I'm not going to sell that 100. I might sell 10 because I can get out of 10.
Yeah.
See what I mean? So in the Dow and the Russell, I can't necessarily get out. In the NASDAQ, look at the NASDAQ is one up. The bids and offers in the NASDAQ are like 10, 15 points wide. I'm not trading that. No aggressive.
By the way, Tracy's reminding us that there's news in 2 minutes and a SpaceX launch. Let's take this opportunity here to bring in our two young traders that are going to trade the open. We have Christian Trading Boxes and XYZ. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Morning.
You guys trading this Michigas?
Yes.
Maybe.
I heard you say it was a scalper's paradise, and I have to agree.
Chris, if you want, you could pull up your charts, Chris, anytime you want. There we go.
I'm not much of a scalper. That's why I prefer to stay out of it. I scalp in, but I don't look at the market from a scalping standpoint. I know you guys do. So and it is the scalper's paradise.
Chris is busy right now, man. What do you got cooking there?
I just got a long, but I mean, it is choppy, but we came down to a good support area that I wanted.
All right. We got news in about 15 seconds.
What about you, XY? You have something on?
I had longs, but I took all profits. I'm just scalping because I wanted to get to the highs. We have unfilled volume, but it's just so hesitant that I've just been scalping it. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to cling onto the idea. I'm going to use it just to keep scalping some longs. And then I got flat at some point. We got data in 2 minutes. So I was like, I'm just going to wait for the data to be over. I do think the 490s can trade. Just see if I can find a way in there is all. But I've been scalping ever since they started making higher lows at the bottom. So moves.
All right. We just University of Michigan is out with their sentiment and expectation data right now. Sentiment actual 48.9. Forecast was 46. So that's a beat to the upside.
All right. I cut half of my trade here at 2R.
Great long, Chris.
Yeah.
Ballsy.
Thank you.
Here we have
Like
it.
I clicked out of the Ninja and I clicked into my CQG and in the 30 seconds it took me to do that, we rallied 30 points in the S&P. Dangerous on the dance floor.
I actually wanted to long the ES and the NQ, but it was just moving so fast I couldn't get anything on the ES.
Dangerous on the dance floor if you're on a bus. That's for sure.
Oh, somebody find that video.
I have it. I could send it to anybody who wants it.
Oh, that was a fun bus ride.
XYZ, you have a position yet or no?
No, I'm flat right now.
Okay.
I do want to say to my beautiful young Croatian sister, Tanya, that give her my deepest condolences on the death of her baka, her grandma.
Oh, yeah.
I talked to her the other day. I'm going to have a mass set for her grandmother at our church at St. Jerome the Croatian, where I happen to be baptized.
Oh, really?
So you're like the most thoughtful person I know, Pax.
Thank you,
Just saying.
Jimmy.
You really are. In any event, Pax, thanks for being here with me on Capital Preservation Friday. Appreciate it. We had a great session this morning, all the way through and through. I love Fridays, man. You are the best.
Thank you, Jimmy. No sleep. I did that all on no sleep. We lost power. I don't know if you can hear the generators behind me, but I mean, all of this being powered by generators.
Yeah, I know we can't hear it. We wouldn't even know anything's wrong.
Mission control, and you guys have a great day trading that. I mean, great trade, Chris. Really, truly good. And this is not my kind of market. You guys kill it in it, like gangster's paradise. Think of it.
Oh yeah.
Scalper's paradise.
Oh man. In any event, Chris XY, have great weekends. Good luck on your trades this morning. I'll be dipping in the chat. Pax, I'll talk to you soon, man. Love you, brother. You're the best.
Love you, Jimmy.
And
God
have a
bless you
great weekend
guys.
too.
Nobody fights alone. Anybody.
There you go.
Thanks, guys. See
You
ya.
guys have a good weekend,
Take
all
care.
right?
Do you know who
My
Rich KO is? Swear he's your brother? I don't have a brother, so. Well, apparently I have one Italian brother somewhere in the chat here.
You can see my IBKR notifications. I hope they're good. I'm trying to swing trade at the same time as I'm day trading. Am I in a trade? Is yes. Is there interference with the stream that you cannot see my trade?
There are those 490s. There it is. Okay.
Let me know. Let us know. Because they should be right there.
Now I regret letting go of my longs. Big regret.
That's right, boys. Morning, everybody. How are you all? Yeah, so we had a 15-minute R-side divergence into that low. We were also undercutting the overnight low. And then on the 2-minute, we also had an R-side divergence down here. If you can see this. So I had multiple indicators here showing me divergences into a support area that I liked and that I highlighted in my plan. And so all I did was I took the 9 MA reversal via my aggressive entry model, which is when price contracts in a little wedge structure, which you can see here. I like to take the break of that because that is a consolidation and I want to capture the expansion away from that. That's pretty much what I did, right? So it may look a little aggressive because of the tape, but the risk was managed, right? We came down to a location that I wanted and I just executed it was my job.
That looks like a good entry to me. You saying that's a risky entry?
Well, just because of the type of tape we had in the morning.
This is what we're doing now, guys. This is Peace Talk Tape Volume 2. Book is way thinner. Price is whippier. Trying to see them trade. Maybe 370, 360s again. Maybe 390s. But I might have to climb higher with the market.
I continue to think we're in an uptrend, and this is a sideways daily consolidation. And after putting in a strong bottom, we're now bouncing to fill out the base we're in, the daily base we're in.
Scalp time. Gonna keep scalping longs because
Yeah,
I
I know,
haven't
Joe. Thank
found a
you.
position that I want to sit in. I had scalps from what's this 9:50 Eastern, again 9:56, then again close to 7, which is what 10 Eastern, and then gave it up. But I wanted the 490s just for the volume fill, fulfilled it. Now the market's not pulling back enough for me to get into a position where I want to sit in it. So I'll probably be, if it's going to continue this way, I'm going to keep scalping longs along the way. But they're paying. They're paying. Looking at the 1 hour, we have a new runway. I mean, they're about to clear this thing. So
I am up.
upside, we started to accept this range, as you can see, low volume. So I see overnight, London opened. They held this, came down, tested it again just earlier, and this is the runway now. So from 370s all the way to the 720s. I'm looking for longs, and
I am up.
the market is not pulling back much. So
All right. Damn, up 240 points. I'm gonna take more partials here. Thank you very much.
I see XY is too good for ES again.
All right,
I
I
went
took
into
some
long
off.
ES too at the lows, man, but the tape was so fast. I got into the NQs and I could not manage both.
All right, I took some off at 4.3R. I have my stop at break even now, and I can ride the rest and then wait for the IB trade. Oh, hell yeah.
I'll never forget that one time. You know that one time.
Yeah, but you know what? I still have some emotional pain. DEI Fridays, guys. I'm getting all the R's.
DEI Friday. Oh, so it was
DEI West Coast. It's got to show up, guys. It's got to show up. Plan your plan. Trade the plan. Review. Get better. Do it again.
Man,
And then you can make
You've had enough.
two. You
Let's
can
pull this
then.
back. Let's pull this back for a second. You made enough money.
What'd you say?
So you made enough money already. Let's pull this back so I can get along. And
Yeah.
in time and sales, there are aggressive orders that are executed above and below traded price. How's that interpreted? To me, it's urgency. It's aggression. You can see deltas as aggression. I see sweeps, so we would call them sweeps on the book. Um, I see that as aggression as well, albeit more
Right
aggressive
now,
than
CRD
just
almost
hitting market
downs.
bid and ask, but there's urgency. So I take that into consideration. That's actually why I have the time and sales up, is because you're not really gonna get that information without it. I can't see that on the DOM. But yeah, that urgency, the time and sales shows me that. How'd the IPO go anyway? I don't really watch equities, so.
I don't think it's come out yet, did it?
Oh, is it? Someone just asked if you got any SpaceX IPO
No,
shares.
not
Oh,
yet.
like they're asking
No,
if you got allocated or something.
no, there's no chart information. So what am I gonna do with it?
What's considered thin book on NQ? Thin book is what you're seeing right now. There's a spread on it, and I have two tick compression on my DOM. Usually, I would see double digits, right? Easily double digits, even up to like the 20s per tick. I'm seeing 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 on the high side, really thin. It's like a quarter of, maybe even less than a quarter of what usually rests. And there's an actual spread here. ES, I could see triple digits, close to triple digits. I'm seeing the teens and 20s on ES, which is really thin. That's why the price is so whippy. Our ATR is close to 50. It's you gotta have wide stops today. Well, wider than your usual, I would say. Um, and be really patient. Be patient for those edges. Don't get caught chasing anything. I missed low of day long, like legit, as they poked the overnight low. I tried, but they wouldn't fill me. It was moving too quick, and I didn't want to chase it. I refused to chase it, so I got in on the higher lows afterwards, which was good. It worked out. We made money, but the market did leave me behind on a few entries, absolutely. But the ones that picked me up on, very little heat. So you have to make peace with potentially missing out on good trades, but if you do get into something and you're wrong, you won't lose so much money. That's at the end of the day, that's actually the game, is when you actually have access to the opportunity, the risk needs to be as minimal as possible. How do you add tick compression on Freedom? I don't know. It's somewhere in the settings. I can't go through that right now. I'm trying to trade, but It's there. Stowe has a video up on his settings, and I'm pretty sure it's in there somewhere. Chat, if anyone knows that you're using the DOM, please let them know on my behalf. You would have felt it in the price action. I don't know what you're referring to, but for me, instead of feeling price action, I could just feel the tape, which is kind of more literal. But yeah, price action wise, they started to put a low in and hold it a little higher, and that was kind of that was the idea, as you can see here, right? Beginning knifing down, there's no higher anything, and then finally they started to inch up, and the market turns like a slow moving boat. You don't just get reversal, reversal, reversal. You know, you got to wait, be patient, let it round out. And if it does happen to just make a reverse, hey, so be it. I think I'd rather get longs closer to the open and a little under it. This is a bit too high, but they might keep it here as a hold and keep going without me, but that's the game. How do I kill the urge of counter trading? Lose enough money? That's what literally killed my urge.
Everybody's hurt.
Murdered the urge. Would I look for a long if they retrace lower? Yeah. Around the open, VWAP here. They could probably hold it higher here, and they're probably going to hold this already. Too high for me. But yeah, I'm not going to chase this. Even if they hold here, hey, it is what it is. That's just the market right now. ES is pulling back more considerably
Is it?
to maybe an ES long.
Oh yeah. Well,
First,
yeah, dude, look at the ES like higher time from hourly things in a big old box.
Can you show me? I actually don't have it up. I don't have high time from ES up, just a 5 minute.
What
Do you have it anywhere?
what's your, let me guess, your computer real estate has the Panda Express menu instead of the hourly.
It's my side gig. You know, I always gotta stay ready. It's my side hustle.
I haven't shared my plan. I'll share my plan.
That's cool. No, don't worry about it. It looks
Shoot.
like it looks like NQ's going anyway. Yeah. ES had a pretty good spot. I mean, I wasn't paying attention too much. I was looking at chat, but ES gave a better long spot than NQ there. But again, too high. Well, wait. I mean, me and Chris, we got to be here for 2 more hours, so here's what it is.
Yeah, let me share my plan here. Okay, so look, we're pretty much in a base, right? Like if you look at the higher time frame here from the daily chart, what happened? We came down into the 50 EMA. We had a pretty big fail breakdown of the prior week low, this larger base structure. Let me go to the 4-hour. This is the overall base that we're in. We had a fail breakdown of that prior week low 750s yesterday. And if you guys watch like my midweek video, or on Tuesday I was talking about also this prior week low. Like if we can reclaim it and hold it, we're going to push up to fill out the base, and we're doing that. So essentially my focus was, okay, I want to buy the pullbacks because now we're bouncing right into that main resistance area. What was the plan for today? Well, it was to buy pullbacks, and that's exactly what I did. We lost the 360 zones, but we came down, we undercut the overnight low. We hit 214, which is also these prior swing highs here, and then we bounced. So that was scenario 2.1 for me, and I wrote it all the way back up into resistance. I did close it just now, so I'll have to now focus on the IB strat. But as long as we can hold maybe up into this resistance level, then we can push out higher. But it should be pretty straightforward with the markets. You know, I get it if trend structure, if you're not really familiar with market structure and all that, but you know, it's pretty, you know, hopefully over time it can become pretty clear that, hey, if we can hold this prior week low, there's a lot of negotiation back and forth, but if we can hold it, form acceptance, which this was a big old negotiation. Where's the right here? A lot of back and forth, and then we had news of an agreement, right? Something like that. But it was just negotiation at the prior week low, and then you focus on longs. You wait for the pullbacks and you buy. You can short as well, if that's not what I'm looking to do. Chris, I'm having a hard time figuring out where the highest high is and the lowest low on its second and third attempt. Any advice on what specific time frame? Like the higher highs and the lowest low in a trend. So you always have to follow the 9MA, whatever time frame you're on. That's how you know what sequence of the highs or the lows you are. For example, if I'll go to the daily here. So the time frame doesn't matter, right? The only reason the daily matters is because you are trying to understand the governing trend. If you look at all of this move from this uptrend here, it was sequence of higher highs, higher lows. We came down here to this low here, and that became the low, and then we're bouncing to the 9MA. So this is the first lower high. So, you can go down to the 5-minute and I can give you the same sort of structure. Like here's the consolidation. Why can't I? No, here. And then you start a downtrend. Lower low, lower high, some noise, but it starts again. Lower low, lower high, lower low, and then reversal, right? So you just have to go across all time frames. It doesn't. To find the governing structure, you go to the daily. Good push in the markets, huh? Look at these semis. I need more exposure.
You're gonna make me grab longs up this high.
It's the 9 SMA.
Scalp's still paying.
Yeah, I should have kept my long.
Yeah, I think
I know I closed it.
we're all
I
gonna
think I
feel
focused
that
on
way today.
the day P&L for that account.
Came back and picked up my second lot. All right. Love it. Love it. Offers really stepping in here.
We have some divergences up here, so maybe time
Yeah,
to
I'm out of
revert a
that.
little bit.
Loved it and I hated it. See if they can trade back down close to the open here.
You know what? So I did use a trade copier for the prop accounts that I'm doing. And then for some reason, only one account traded on a big trade and then the others didn't. So that is it. I am no longer trading a trade copier. I'm just going to use Trade-O-Vate's trade copier, not a third
Oh,
party.
you're talking about copying across multiple props, right?
Yeah. It only did it for one account out of 10.
But you're at multiple props now, right? So you'd have to do one by one in the props, so 5 at a time and then 5 here. I just always
Uh,
have bad experiences with copiers, man.
yeah, I'm done.
That's why I'm just a trade a cash account kind of guy. I'm like super paranoid.
Yeah, I put more money into the cash IB account so I can just trade a larger size on it and not really worry about that. And I'll just keep 5 with and use trade of 8's function.
I want to see them punch just a tiny bit lower. But
I can't remember which one it was. Trade Sinker. There you go. So that was my short experience with it. Am I looking for long the IB strat? No, I will be looking for shorts. We are below the 9 DMA, which is the trend filter. So I have to focus on shorts. Oh, we have 7 minutes. I need to get my accounts ready.
still looking for a long somewhere. They're at the open now. Okay, can I get filled, please? Got one. All right, well, geez. They're just gonna fill one for me.
Should I close this? Okay, I gotta get the accounts ready. 7:25. Let me go to this one. All right, this is gonna be my personal one, and then the trade of 8 counts.
All right, we got 3. Let's hope they can just pull it out from here. 3 is as much as I'm willing to put onto this. Today is super whippy. This is actually the biggest size trade I put on today right here. I'm gonna take one off on that big push. Move these to break even. We've got quite a distance. Second one off. I'm gonna hold one for maybe a new high. I'm gonna see if I want to just scout this out at some point. Yeah, we're done. All right, I think I'm done for the day, guys. We're up 7 grand trading 2 lots and that 3 lot just now. If you feel like you need to put on some size today, you really don't. It's scary out there. So for the next 90 minutes, we're shooting the shit. Because I ain't giving this back. What made me just take that? Yeah, the violins. I haven't heard them in a while. Production, where you at? Yeah. Uh, what made you just take that out versus hold for high? Nothing really indicated for me that they still wanted to go to the highs. So originally, yes, let's see if we can get to the highs. But as soon as I got to the range between the 580 to where it stopped, quite literally the 560, 559s, when the market pulled itself down there, no bids were there. They pulled every single bid, super thin on the bid side. So coming back, the reason I took it off is I want to see now, is a bid going to show up at that range? If anyone was watching the order flow, the bid is super thin there on the way down. No one wanted to step in front of that price. So I have to also assume that, look, this is what happened last time. They might not want to step in front of it now, and they didn't. So I took it all off there. I mean, that was pretty nice profits on that trade. I didn't want to give that back, especially right now. The market could make its way lower. They had a structured break here towards the open, and they could hold, but there's a chance too, if they're not willing to bid this range, the 560 to 580s, this could be like, that continuation of the leg down. And, you can see why Chris is looking for a short, all that stuff. And it's Made enough money today on the size that I'm trading. Rather just chill out. Don't want to be here all day.
All right, let's see what we get for the IB trade today.
Trade some ES. You are quick, man. That's not good for a guy in your age. Well, like Leo, maybe my time is coming, you know. Time is coming. For NQ, I was waiting too long at the LVN at high time frame. How do I have better confirmation to execute as it was shaking so hard there at that time? I didn't do a thing. But in ETF, what's ETF? So HTF, I'm assuming you're saying at high time frame. What's ETF?
ETF is exchange traded fund, no? Yeah.
No, but
Talking
he's
about
talking about
stocks?
NQ, but in ETF, are you talking about trading ETFs while looking at NQ high time frame? Entry time frame. Interesting. Okay. But in entry time frame, you were shaky because it was shaky. It's just one of two things. It's either you need to be operating with the mindset of, look, this is the job. If the trade setup is there, it's quite literally your job to enter the trade. All that other stuff, you should have had that figured out, you know, while you're testing the edge. If you truly think you have edge, you got to take it. You don't know if you're going to be right or wrong. You never will. But it's actually your job to take it. Secondly, consider why you were so shaky about it. The market's super shaky and you got shaky. Subconsciously, there's probably something telling you, hey, you know what? This is not the greatest environment for us, which is why you're shaky. That's totally fine. On one hand, you can be like, look, I am the operator here. I have a strategy and I need to operate. I need to take it. It's my job. Secondly, you could be like, look, this is just not my environment. So we're not going to do it. Doesn't matter if it's going to work. This is not for us. The risk is too outsized. You know, it could be this, it could be that. So everyone becomes very hyper focused on, hey, you know, you got to do it no matter what. It's this, it's your job. But I think there's also, you know, fair reason to not take it because, look, this is too crazy. It's too scary. This environment doesn't come often. And when it is here, it doesn't last forever. Most of the market cycle in a year is not like this. You don't have to put on outsized risk. And I don't mean size. I mean, like, your stop has to be wider too. You don't need to do all that just because other people are making money in this environment. This environment is going to pass. So you don't have to, it's going to be one of those two. Make that decision like, look, the setup is here. It's my job to operate on it. Or look, this is way too crazy. That's why I'm scared. And just don't do anything. There's going to be two camps. One's going to tell you this thing, one's going to tell you the other thing. Everyone acts like they've got all the answers. But I think that you've got to make that decision first before you move on to the execution component, which is, am I doing it or am I not? It should be black and white. Also, if you have a fear of being wrong, you're in the wrong game. You got to get rid of that. I think there's an ego attachment there too, like subconsciously. You're not going to know. All you know is, hey, look, this is a good opportunity because if I'm wrong, I don't risk much, and, you know, I lose less. And if I'm right, you know, I'll make good money. The rest is up to the market.
Hi, Chris. Once it reacts to your area, what do you expect to see before making the entry? What am I expecting to see? I'm expecting to see my setup that will allow me to manage risk. That's the technical answer. I don't need to see a reaction. I need to see the setup form. So, for example, we came into the support area, the zone that I wanted to buy. I needed to wait for my setup here. So that's a combination of seeing a lower low, lower high, second lower low. So if you watch the develop your edge segment, we came into the second lower low with RSI divergence into a support area. So I don't need to see a reaction. Like I'm seeing the trend completion before the reaction, right? Like into that second lower low, we're completing this down move. And if we get a reversal above the 9 MA lower high, then the downtrend ends, because when you go from lower low, lower high, lower low, you now start a higher high, higher low, higher high, right? So my entry then is to wait for the 9 MA lower high, which is the entry that I took today, and have my stop down here at the lows, because if we go back below, then my trade will be invalid. And by me entering exactly at the break of the last lower high, I am participating now in the breakout, right? Quote unquote breakout that now leads to a higher high, higher low, higher high structure. So I'm combining trend structure with support and resistance levels to allow me to manage risk into that area. And I then have, that's my entry system. My exit system is like, I took half off at 2R, which allows me to finance my risk. I took more off around 4.3R, and then the rest off at 4R as we push back into this resistance. So it's a combination of trend structure and support and resistance levels. And it's just very repetitive, right? I'm looking to do that every single day. Identify the strong areas within my planning in the morning, and then my entry setup will be the same every single time. If we're in an uptrend, I'm buying supports. Chris, you say you're looking for shorts on the IB strat. I am. The IB strat is done, but one of my rules has not met. We are just consolidating up here, and at the moment there is no setup for me to engage in a short. This is like a bullish consolidation though.
So I said DI Fridays, my favorite segment of the week. Huh. I'm glad to hear. Um, nice trade, XY. Now take your take on ES and the Spurs. I mean, my take on ES is pretty much the same on NQ. They are moving in tandem today. The Spurs, they could do a lot of things better, but they've got what it takes. I feel happy for them, obviously, in spite of what happened, but they're ahead of schedule. I had them as a playing team. My biggest thing was, hey, I want to see them beat OKC, right? So now that, to me, they're playing on house money. They could be up 2-2 or 3-1 even, but they're young. You got to go through that heartbreak. Every dynasty has that heartbreak moment. Actually, many. And I watched basketball for a very long time, and I've seen it all. Sucks, but to me, it shows the potential that they have. And if they stop beating themselves, they could beat everybody else. Also, the Knicks have been giving them the belt all season. This doesn't surprise me. Oh, this is an interesting
Push out.
one. So often when you see a 5-minute candlestick with high neg delta, I think the next candlestick will continue bearish, but it's the opposite. How can I analyze this? Reward to effort, right? Effort versus reward. If you see huge delta in a 5-minute candlestick, I'm assuming what you're doing is you're already predicting what the next candlestick's going to be beforehand, and I don't think that's a great way to navigate. I think you should let the market show you first. If it's negative delta, you should be seeing buy-side volumes be left behind on the downside, right? So this is where it's order flow versus just a candlestick. The candlestick can't really show you that, what's happening inside. So you are speculating a little, extra. But if the delta is negative, it means there's some good selling. Now, For it to actually be worth acting on, that selling should be putting buying underwater. Now you're saying it's super negative delta and then the next candle rips up. It means selling is unrewarded, right? Um, and I can tie this in with another question about where was it? Um, where the hell was that? Okay, the next question was on my last entry, the pullback looked nice, but occurred while there was strong buy side order flow. Please explain why that scenario didn't scare you off. Okay, so yes, I entered for that long when the buying was coming in, right? But it didn't scare me because I also identified something else. When I'm watching them push the market down towards the open, I'm also looking to see where the sellers step off the gas. So I waited, and I realized where my stop was at the time. They never really wanted to push into that range, right? As they would pull it back and get into that dealing range where my stop was, the tape just kind of tapered every time. The interest dries up. They push it down again, it dries up again, and it kept showing me right now, at least for the time being, the market does not want to trade this spot. Now, if I can see where the market does not want to trade, then if I see buying come in above that, I have a plan. I think I can buy with these buyers. And where the market seems to dry up, it's showing me, hey, we're not really looking to go here right now. The sellers, when they push past that buying, they're not following through. So I can actually just put that as my invalidation point because it would change if the sellers decide, hey, you know what, we're going to follow through these prices now. But they didn't. So it didn't scare me off because lack of a follow through when we would deal that range. So, you see me put the limit orders out. And then I get filled and then it takes off. But it's also knowing, and I would always say, everyone is super focused on trying to find out where the market wants to go. It is equally important to find out where the market does not want to go. Yeah, no, they play well. The Spurs, they play very well. To me, they're beating themselves. They could have won every single game, but they beat themselves. But it tells me that they are armed with the skill, with the talent, the potential to just become a super dynasty because they're losing these games at their own hands. They're young. I mean, they're like 20 years old, 22, so give them time. Castle is a one and done. He's got the biggest responsibility of a guard right now. These things the loose ends will be tied. It's fine. I'm not a reactionary sports fan. Everyone's like, you see how it is. Sports fandom gets insane. It's hot takes. It's this. It's black and white. Man, I've been watching since Michael Jordan, since I was a kid, because my cousins were older and we'd always watch ball. I've seen all the eras, right? I'm not reactionary. I love the game, so I just want to see good ball first and foremost. As long as it ain't OKC ball.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it!
Do I offer private coaching? No, especially in person. I'm sorry. And it's very expensive to live here, so I'm sorry that you live here as well. Yesterday's recap was hey, thanks for hanging out, man. I hope you guys found it helpful.
Hey, Shab. Morning. So we had an aggressive entry here for my strategy, but I did not take it because it didn't exactly meet the rule. It would be an aggressive entry. Now I can look for my setup because we finally broke below the 25% mark of the IB, but I'm thinking that the aggressive entry here would have worked. And we are exactly at the daily 9 MA on the NQ, so Ola. Ola.
Ola, the whitest Mexican there is. Chris trading boxes. Okay, this question comes up a lot. Am I able to get those nodes on the freedom? Um, it's just a bid and ask. That's what I'm referencing. So put a recent bid and ask on the freedom, and you're seeing builds. They'll leave the build a new one. Same thing as a volume profile. Also, I was reading playbook, couldn't see examples. Nick fixed it. The pictures are there now. So maybe you clear your cache or just check out the website again. It was Nick's fault. You can blame him. How do I adapt to increase in volatility ranges? Size down. I mean, today I've traded 1 lot, 2 lot, and just a last trade 3 lots. But my other trades were 2 lots because it's really whipping. You got to give it some room. And that's someone who usually trades with tight stops like me. There's really no reason to put on so much risk because if it's moving in your favor, the thing is moving. It is moving. So all you need to do is get greedy enough to pick that spot and wait for that spot. They fill you or they don't. But if you do get filled and it's a good spot, if you're wrong, you are wrong for considerably less than you are right. And that's how you get that edge. Always load the dice. You'll never know what the dice is going to roll when you throw it, but you can load the odds up. Have I considered doing meetups? No, I'm not famous enough. There's no reason to.
Who's in the LA area? Shab is asking, what's going on? Were you gonna have a lot of Olas going around for a meetup or what?
Do I risk the same exact dollar amount? No, never.
California. Beautiful.
You're asking me questions at the Baccarat table. I can't promise you I'll give you good answers. Yeah, Norris. I mean, it's easy to adapt, your sizing on the fly like this. It is pretty tough.
It's gonna be a lot of Olas for that one.
Yeah, Shab, I'm gonna be sick that day. I can't make it.
He's like, I'll get I'll cover some Panda Express, but we ain't going to no West Hollywood.
Yeah, we can't do the meetup. It's got to be Panda, and it's got to be after the Dodgers win a home game, so we can use that deal. So I'm sorry.
Shab, you know what place was good that I just went to in Venice? Alicia, Alice in Venice. You would like it. Or Elisa in Venice, right there on, not the city. I don't know why there's pictures showing that.
Oh, I'm trying this spot today. You know what? Hey, let me text you guys so people in chat don't come and find me there. I'm gonna hit you guys in the chat right now. Hold on. Tell me
Wait,
if
what
you've been
spot?
here. I've never been, so I'm gonna see if you guys have been. It's called this.
Yeah, I'm in LA.
I just texted you guys. Let me know if you've been there and if it's good. It's kind of like up the alley of what we've eaten before together, but it's a new spot.
Yeah, Shab, but you are trying out new food. Come on, it's a journey.
Am I watching
Wait.
UFC? I don't know who's fighting. I'm not a big UFC guy, but a lot of my friends are, so I do end up watching a lot of fights because they love UFC. But we don't have anything planned for Sunday in particular.
Oh, that place looks good.
Looks good, so you haven't been, but hey, it does look good though, huh? $4 though, when they're like, "Oh,
Yo,
let's
I know
go eat." I'm
Shab
like,
is
"Oh,
punching the air
hello."
right now. Shab is like, oh, why?
Shab
Why
jumped in
can't
the
I
bed
be
screaming in the
there?
pillow right now.
Oh my God. What'd she say?
Baby whale, I have something for that. That happened to me in the morning. I was scalping the longs, but I was scalping them out. Even though my plan was to trade the 490s, which clearly it did. But always ask yourself, what would hurt more? If you didn't cover and it came all the way back and broke even or stopped you out, or if you do cover and it runs without you. Always ask yourself that. Every single, I ask myself that every trade, and I can ask that multiple times, like just in my head. And I'm making that split decision. You have to be able to do that. It's a way to keep yourself mentally like just still locked in. Know what's gonna hurt more. If I cover this here and it runs without me, or if I don't cover it and it comes back. You'll start to be able to make that decision in milliseconds as you keep doing that in your trading. And just do the one that hurts less. Eliminate the chance, close the window on the outcome that hurts more mentally. And then just live with it. Just fucking live with it. Also, it's going to be tough to do if you have a plan and you don't follow it. If your trading is, look, I'm going to take this at 30 points. You take it and it goes 30,000 points. That wasn't even your plan anyway, right? Don't FOMO that kind of stuff. Don't look at Twitter and I made 3 mil today. Like that wasn't your money. You don't know what he risked. You don't know what size. You don't know what their plan was. You don't know their strategy. Like, do what you do. Be consistent. You'll make money. Use that money to live your life. Do not get so caught up in who's making what and what their life looks like. You live and you die. At the end, it's not going to matter how much you made. You don't want to be in the position where now you're older and you regret, hey, I think I grinded too much. Count your blessings.
Listen, but what about for those guys who haven't grinded enough?
Then I don't want to see you with a chart off. You gotta have the chart on all the time.
You need to be on it 24/7. You need your 10,000 hours in a
You
year.
really do, though. That's the thing. You really do. If you've got more to learn, it's your job to learn it. Yes. Doesn't mean you have to be executing. But to me, trading is like there's a bunch of different movies. You need to study them all and you need to be able to predict, all right, I'm watching like, rom-coms or thrillers, slashers, horrors, action. We kind of all know what's going to happen. They kind of follow the same formula, right? The rom-com is going to be that dude who never had a chance. He gets it at the end. The slasher horror, this is going to happen, blah, blah, blah. Attach that to the markets. You're going to see a bunch of different market environments, day types, volume profiles. But you'll have that intuition like, hey, this generally ends up like this. How do you do that? You got to watch all the movies. You got to watch all the variations of the movies. And you've got to remember them, study them, build that intuition. And now you're making money. But you got to be there. You got to get that screen time. It's like a movie.
Yeah.
I've seen this before. I've seen that before. This tends to happen. That tends to happen. But you got to know what kind of movie you're watching first.
That's
right?
Consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Like he sees his moves. I see my moves all the time playing out. So we're just trading those. What else do we need to trade, right? Like, we see it all day. Oh, I'm going long, I'm going short.
Wait. Sunday is the White House card? Huh?
What?
Sunday? Already? What did I mean by looking scary today? Super whippy. I mean, I felt like I had 1,000,000 point stops. Had to be done though. And I had to be extra patient. I was negotiating hard on the Dom and I missed moves because of it. But it's what you got to do. Don't want to stick your neck out too far in this market just to get a position on. Because honestly, you do that today, you'll probably be right and still lose money.
Yes, I'm looking for shorts, but I need to see a bounce. So let me draw this. So we're at the 50% of the IB. I need to see a bounce. Look at this reaction. Oh, something came out. A bounce, and then for the 9 MA higher low to fail, and then I can short. But if we get back above the 25% area, then it may not work. I think that was news.
Right at the spot too? Dang. Look at this, guys. Volume profile right here. If you didn't believe it before, I think you should now.
This one's higher.
Clean. Tracy says no news.
No?
Mm-hmm. Where it happened makes total sense. But yeah, it looks like the tape sped up quite a bit. Says there is news, there is news. Iran speaking, SpaceX not opened. Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding has never been closer. Well, Peace Talk Tape Volume 2 is definitely more violent than Volume 1, but Peace Talk Tape nonetheless. That's what we're doing, guys.
Has SpaceX come out? No, right? Nope, not yet. What time
It's
is
funny
it?
because the news is starting to become news, like news of possible news. It's not even news anymore. It's just,
Yeah.
hey, this might happen, which might be this. I don't know. We're feeling it out. That's the news. Just we're feeling it out. This is what we're feeling.
No, there is no IB trade here for me yet. One of my rules is that I need to wait for price to get below the IB high. And you see how we're right at the IB high? So I can't execute a short there because essentially over time, if I try to do that, I'm essentially looking to short a potential high. And because we're long term in an uptrend, I don't want to design a a shorting strategy or a short when it's below the trend filter when it's at highs, right? So I designed it to not trade near the IB highs because I can easily get stopped out, especially when we're right, in a sort of bullish environment. So I need to wait for a drop again and then a lower high, and then I can short here.
Yeah, LOL, whatever. It just means the price is going up. Yeah, that's Peace Talk Tape. It's gonna be this, gonna be that. But ultimately, it's just the market.
Man, ARM is so strong. That thing's nonstop. Good thing I bought some. Not enough. What? Yeah, they answer that right below you.
I don't know why people complicate this, more buyers and sellers. Yeah, I think that goes more than just markets. I think there always needs to be some kind of reasoning attached to things to help people make peace with what's going on. I think that it's even more than just in the markets. You can see it in I think even like marketing, right? One common tactic is to create a common enemy. And in trading, you can see that, right? If you're an ICT trader, I apologize in advance, but the concept was, hey, I'm going to attach price action, but I'm going to create a common enemy for everyone. It's them, it's the algo. Now things, all right, I'm getting it. It's making more sense. Oh, I see, I see. It gives more validity. It gives more, you know, I guess, of a why this is happening. It seems more definitive. It's a common tactic. Give people a common enemy. Call it the algorithm, call it the market makers, call it this, call it that. But ultimately, it's price action, it's market psychology. This is NinjaTrader, DBEC platform. Yeah, literally a stream. What are you charting on? NinjaTrader. What you are seeing is NinjaTrader platform, charting, execution,
Yeah.
routing. These are Heiken Ashi 1 minute candles.
What do you mean, Susan? Like for trading? Oh, this whole ICT discussion? All right, so since we're now getting above the daily 9MA on NQ, I have to look for a bullish IB setup now. So essentially, I need a pullback, and then I can get long, so I can engage with the action.
I'm shorting the overnight highs. If we tap it, wish me luck. Good luck. I think what's on your side is the profile is not exactly a trend profile. Inched out the low, no interest. Now, obviously, they're going to test the high. And if there's a lack of, the market has made two very drastic choices, two very big choices, which is below overnight range, we're not interested in dealing. And above overnight, we're also not interested. If they make those two choices, if you get what you want up there and they show a lack of interest to do business upside of the overnight high, I think we found our range for the day. I trade ICT concepts. I trade volume profile, footprint charts before ICT concepts. Hey, I help you make money. And if you do, never stop, honestly. Everyone still is too focused on being right about what's what in the market. Just make money. If you guys make money using ICT, that's fucking great. If you make money using this or that, it's also great. At the end of the day, we're just trying to make some money. Now, I would say like if it helps people break price action down in a way they can understand and execute, it's a net positive.
I like money.
Money.
You're so dumb. That's why I just made a few racks on the way up and down. I'm profitable, homeboy. Tell Tiny, hey, whoa, I don't know who you're talking to or arguing with in the chat, but it's all good, man. It's all good. Everyone's just trying to make money. You guys don't need to argue with each other.
Can't we all just get along?
You guys can call me all kinds of stupid names. You guys call me what you want, but don't fight each other. It's all about pattern recognition on DOM and chart too. So replay chart multiple times will be good to BUI. Yeah, pattern recognition on all things. For me, it's the DOM and the chart, right? For some people, it's price action pattern recognition, which I also use. Um, but it's all patterns. Just find a pattern. Like I said, that's why I use the movies analogy because in all these movies, the different genres, they follow the same pattern, more or less. So you keep watching it, you develop the intuition, like, hey, this is probably what's going to happen, blah blah blah. And it's the same thing for the markets. Yeah, so Lorio, I didn't think you were talking about me. It didn't seem like it, but yeah, just don't want you guys fighting in the chat, you know.
I do not have a public playbook. Everything that like all my education is for the Discord that I have.
Yeah, but Chris also did a develop your edge segment. So
Yeah, we both did. Yeah, you can watch
if you're
those.
looking for a Chris playbook, that's the closest thing, and it's on this YouTube channel. Why do I prefer Heikin-Ashi? It cleans it up for me. Just looks cleaner, right? Every leg, you can see smooths it out because ultimately I'm not executing based on what's happening on 1 minute. I'm looking at the DOM. So I just want it to be clean so I can look at it and I get the idea as soon as possible. I don't like normal candlesticks because that's for price action, and I'm not going to ever trust 1 minute price action, like how a bar closes and stuff. It's minimum 5 minutes for me. So just clean it up. I went from normal candlesticks, obviously, trades based, volume based, and then I went to Renko and then Heikin-Ashi, and I just prefer Heikin-Ashi the best of all of them. Renko is actually really good too, still. So
And
I used volume before too, and the other guys use it, like Nick, Stowe, Leo. They use volume. I do not. What Renko do I suggest for NQ and ES? I don't know. I actually don't know. I haven't used it in such a long time. Even when I did, I don't remember what the settings were. It just looked clean. I was like, this is good enough. I could tell you for a footprint, I very much prefer an 8-tick Renko footprint for ES. So for NQ, I was never able to find a setting for a footprint that I really liked. I tried range, I tried volume, I tried um Renko, and I just nothing was ever useful as the 5 minute NQ footprint for me. So that's what it is. So 8 tick Renko footprint, yes. 5 minute footprint NQ. But for a candle Renko, I don't have that answer for you. Andre, yeah, 8 tick Renko. It's a 1 minute Heikin-Ashi hydro. How long is enough time and trades quantity for you to say if a mechanical system is good enough for live trading? That's a hard question, man. I think the answer is different for everyone, but I think if it's been working for like 6 months, it's probably pretty good. Well, infamous Manos. I like, I'm very fond of the 5 minute in general. I have 5 minute ES, 5 minute NQ. I have my only two EMAs is the 9 and the 20, and they're only tied to the 5 minute. I don't look at any other ones. My footprint NQ is 5 minute. It's because when I started trading, I was trading the 5 minute chart and a lot of like intuitive parts and stuff and blah blah blah. It is 5 minutes. I'm used to seeing like that. It's like that movie. I've watched so much of the 5 minute time frame that intuitively I've picked up so many things. And so when I tried the 5 minute footprint, now I can attach all that I know from the 5 minute time frame and then get the order flow behind it. And that's just why there's a 5 minute footprint for NQ, not a 1 or a 2 or this or that. My buddies use a 1. I find that it's too noisy, too noisy. I think if I weren't using a DOM, maybe, but I execute off the DOM. I think a 1 minute footprint would be super repetitive for that purpose. So
Got some questions here. Wait. Do I know Qualamagi? Yes, I've watched all his videos. What time frame do I use for the pullback to the IB highs entry point? The 2 minute. That is all I trade. The 2 minute time frame. Did I take the IB long? No. The rules were not met. We're at the IB highs. I need to wait for a pullback. So I'm waiting for that. Thanks. Thanks, Damons, for the comment. Why 2 minute over the 1 minute? I found that the 1 minute would lead to more stops than what I wanted for my approach. So I moved away from that. Yeah, production just shared the Developer Edge segment link there on the chat. If you haven't seen it, go look up mine, go look up XY's, and get a lot of good info. Pullback time maybe here. See if we can come back down to inside the IB. You use the 5 minute for overnight trading. I just started trading the Asia market for the IB strat, and the 2 minute works great too.
Do you ever use a 1 minute or only two all the time?
Only 2 minutes.
In Playbook, you say it's all about pattern recognition on DOM and chart too. So replay chart and DOM multiple times will be good to get edge. Yeah, replay anything, honestly. It's like watching film in sports. Teams don't improve by just continuously playing their season games. They improve when they go watch film. Same thing in trading. It gets boring after a certain point to only trade one thing. Yeah, I mean, if you're making money, you're making money. It's trading is not supposed to be an entertaining job. I honestly wish I could trade less, even less. To me, it's still work. Alex, yeah, you can't hear my music. I always have music on. In my trading, I need to give myself an environment that feels like I am just sitting here. I need to feel very just relaxed. I'm not sitting here to make money. It doesn't mean if I'm sitting here, my charts are open, I need to be making money. It's, hey, look, we're just chilling just in case the market gives an opportunity. And I have to be in that state of mind, in that environment. And so there will be music. I'm relaxed, you know.
I don't have any music on.
Dude, I just withdrew my money from the NinjaTrader mobile app. It's already out of the account. Crazy. Could be you guys.
What time is the Asia Open? I don't know your time. I know you're in Australia. I have no idea when that would be for you. It's 5 to 6 p.m. Pacific time for me.
5.
I don't know for Australia. What is that, 18-hour difference? Enjoy the weekend, Shanti.
Always calm music. Never hyper music. No.
He's
Always
playing
got to be
some
calm. Real chill. No high speed music.
ludicrous,
I
some
mean, sometimes, yeah, some like hip hop and stuff is cool, but not while I'm actually trading. Like if I'm done trading, like after my last trade, yeah, at this point I could put whatever on because I'm not trading anymore. But if I am looking to execute, it's got to be real chill, preferably instrumental. It could be like some like real lighthouse or smooth jazz, piano jazz. It's got to be real chill. Yeah, some piano jazz. Yeah. Got to be super chill. Sometimes lo-fi, yeah. Well, whoever said they're gonna show overnight high, did you mean NQ or ES? The OP meant ES because maybe you still have a shot, but NQ is just ripping.
Yeah, being led by semis.
This is the thing here. Look at this 1 hour price action, guys. This 3 bar pattern, and I always say is my favorite one to see. If you show me this to the upside, I'm getting out the way or I'm getting long with it. And they're getting some serious continuation. So they're gonna try this again here. Right, that last no. So whoever was on the stream last night, we ran over this. Last time they went up here, they didn't really impose their will much. Paid the price, fell back in the range and some. Next spot, I mean, they're going to try it again. And now it's, hey, look, last time, not enough interest. What's going to happen this time? If they fail it again, they're going to go back into this range. If they can't get out of it again, this is the new runway. It's going to go back to these 390s, 380s, 360s probably. Could be a repeat, but it could also be, where they break because it would be the second attempt and coming off failed lows. So before this, they didn't have all this extra volume stuck. They didn't have 3 profiles that showed taper, taper, taper. Information has changed, and they might now be like, look, all right, we're going to buy this through because the market's not really willing to deal these lower ranges anyway. So stay tuned right here. This zone is going to be the next very, very key decision point. And if the market does build this and see that they're able to build higher, yeah, we're probably going to explore that upper range again, last week's range. Probably not today, but by next week.
Looks like there's not going to be an IB trade for me today.
I was expecting lows on NQ and stopped me so bad that I even passed my loss limit. Yeah, you get some slippage. Were you the one that was shorting overnight high? Jehis. I can't say it. 8187. It's crazy that you got that much slippage, but yeah, you're always gonna get slippage on stops. It's a market out, so. What would a taper be? Taper is quite literally this.
Yeah,
It
no,
tapers in, right? So as it's moving down, the volume profile starts to go in like a taper. You taper pants. You can look up the definition of taper and you'll find that it's exactly this. You got long with the trend today? Very nice, man. Yeah, I hope yesterday helped. Thanks for tuning in.
it's higher. We reclaimed the 9 DMA. We put in a weekly higher low in the last few days, and we're seeing the bounce away from this. And now we're moving up into the top of the resistance. We're breaking out of the 2-day consolidation that we had.
You know a good taco spot? What's it called? I've probably been there
Where, in LA?
in Vegas. Jose says he knows a good taco spot in Vegas. Across
Headlines
from
are
the
breaking
win, you're talking
out.
about Tacos El Gordo. That's the one across from the win. It's called Taco Bell. Casa del Oh. Well, since your name is Jose, I will certainly take your word for it. I do think El Gordo is a bit overrated. I will agree with that. Absolutely. And that weight, the weight is insane. It's so crazy, man.
No pullback. Seeing a big breakout in semis, guys. Just gotta focus on longs. There's no reason to short. Looking about the pullback here if we can get one. Well, we will, but we did have some acceptance at IB highs, a little wedge contraction, and now breaking out higher. So that was like the key for one to join in this move. Gonna wait for a pullback here to engage.
What was my risk management for props? Do you have advice for funded stage? Well, props, I mean, you have your drawdown. Every strategy is going to be different. I was a scalper with props because when I was doing it, trailing drawdown like intraday was the thing. You know, I was not as blessed as you guys with the current options that are here now. It was a different game. And I have a massive graveyard of evals and funded accounts. So thank God props existed, and thank God they exist now. In and out, good as it's been talked about over there. I mean, the in and out over there is as good as it is here, so I would say it's very good. What time setting would you say a recent bid asked to reset on ES? Um, Mine is on 10, but I manually reset a lot. I would say for ES, anywhere from 10 to 15 is good, but I manually reset a lot. Gold with the higher hold here.
All right.
Yeah. NQ's going for it.
All right, so I'm looking for a pullback. Would love to see if we can do a test of the IB high and then look to engage on a reversal from there. If we can pull back into that area.
Morning.
Morning.
Hello, guys.
Yo.
How are you today?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm doing good.
Doing good as
Yeah?
well.
How has the morning going?
I know I had some problem with NinjaTrader platform. It's my issue, I guess. So I put limit order. Not sure if it was activated because I cannot log in right now, but I put limit order on long on yes. So let's hope it's activated. Don't know. Have no idea, to be honest, but let's see. Target 74.78 on my long. I put limit order at 74.10 long. I don't know. Probably it was activated since we got retracement there, but we will see. What about you guys?
I was long
Can't
from the
complain.
lows at 316 or 321, I believe. Yeah, 321. And then I closed it all around 600 in NQ. And I was looking to buy the pullback, but we just had this big candle come out of nowhere. And I'm still waiting for a pullback to get in.
Yeah, I see. I have problem. I could put copy trader for 30 accounts, so probably it's because of this. I had problem with my API today. That's the issue when you copy more than 20 accounts with props. That's why they recommend to copy up 20 accounts only.
Are you in anything still?
Nope, not anymore. I got maybe the most painful stop out of my trading career yesterday.
That was brutal.
To the tick. But you gotta laugh. I mean, it's
I
hilarious.
can laugh
but-
because it wasn't my trade.
Yep.
If I were you, I'd cry.
But today, I did not get stopped out at the actual low. And I had kind of like the same exact setup. We pulled back to this Europe Open, this 90 bid that had been resistance before. This little guy was fighting to keep it lower. And so I got in. I assumed I was kind of counter trade. I anticipated just like a rotational day because we're rolling, and market blessed me. So I got out at 74.38, and now it's just salt and pepper and heavy D in the limousine. You know what I mean? Sega Genesis. I'm feeling good. Chat, how you doing? What is war done? What happened? What was that candle? Anything? Does chat know?
I'm looking for continuation higher today.
Yeah, me too. What candle? Earlier today?
Yeah, whatever happened at 10:45 Eastern?
I don't know. They keep going back and forth.
Fair.
It's like that one couple in a relationship, we're like, we're breaking up. No, we're not. We're breaking up. No.
Yep. Always had those friends. Exhausting to be around. Good Lord.
Like, just do it already.
So why I would like to see higher today, because normally if NQ or ES makes low of the week or high of the week on Tuesday, Friday tends to make high or low of the week on on Friday. So since we got used the lows of week on NQ, I would like to get new highs of week on NQ today. So my retracement down and another long to aim for 29,850 will be a nice trade. So we'll look for another entry there.
Cool.
On
Sounds
ES
good.
target will be 74.78, 74.80 area.
I'm interested at what's happening right now. Around these 74, 45. Yeah, I like this node. But this has been, I don't know, it's roll tape, so it's thin and it's being weird. I haven't rolled yet. I'm still on June. I can't let it go. I love June. So I'm still hanging out. Yeah, I had such a good trade. I'm not trying to get aggressive at the highs on a Friday. And I did take I took some losses, and I hurt some evals a little bit today too. So it hasn't all been great, but this one has been good. So I don't know. XY, you doing anything? You off?
Nah, I
You off
finished
today?
earlier. Probably like an hour ago was my last trade.
Cool.
But yeah, just scalping longs, man. I had a long at the lows too, but I was just scalping it through. We had, I don't know if you noticed, but on NQ in the 490s, we had unfilled volume
Yes.
and off the open. So my idea was like, hey, we're long targeting that, and it was just doing it in such in the worst way. So I was like, look, after the first one, I scalped out, held runners, came back, tried it again, held runners, came back. So the last one, I was like, look, I'm just gonna scalp out of it, and then it just took off.
Yeah.
And then I got another scalp somewhere at the open, the first bounce off the open, long, and then that's it.
I mean, they
It's
sure tried to sell it into those
Just
290s, like
little push.
with everything they had.
yeah, yeah. So that was like, it was such a good opportunity because we also had that unfilled volume thing at the high. So it was extra confluence. It's a great opportunity. Got paid, and that's it for me.
Cool.
But honestly, price action like solid today. I did not expect to get such a good price action.
Me neither,
Today?
actually.
When are you guys rolling?
I'll probably roll Monday.
Same or Tuesday. I usually compare like open interest and volume. If wins higher on new contract, I usually switch.
It wanted me to roll today. I
They
think the
asked me to
volume's
roll.
there, but I don't know. I don't like rolling over on Friday. I looked at both DOMs and
You could just
I
check
don't-
bar chart, right? See who's got more volume. But yeah,
I
same.
just liked-
I would rather roll in the beginning of the week
me
than
too.
just switch contracts midweek.
Yeah.
Because so far I'm trying to see volume on ES September contract and June. On June contract, it twice more. So I'm
Cool.
not going to switch yet.
Yeah, that September one's still very thin.
Yeah, it looks like the M contract's still more volume, so unless I'm looking at this wrong. This is indices. Yeah. M contracts. Oh. Actually, they're even.
Yeah, it wanted me to trade. It wanted me to switch today, so I thought it was weird. They were prompting me already on Friday, but I don't always just go with that anymore. I pull up the DOMs for a second and look at both of them and see which one feels like actual price action. If that makes any sense, I don't know.
Where do you see the no volume? Is it from DOM or footprint? You can see it on both. Just anywhere that has order flow on a bid and ask basis, you'll be able to see it. Because at those prices,
Might be
there
the
was nothing
spot there.
traded on the bid back down. So
NQ back to its monthly VWAPs. This is kind of like middle of nowhere world, and we're coming up to this. I want to see what happens in this LVN here on ES.
So you think like lows day is in or not?
The
Oh,
low
I
of the
don't know.
day?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
I
Well, I
think
mean,
Yeah, me
so.
too.
news
Ideally.
can happen and we go back down, but I think so.
I think so.
I'm
I
interested
think
in a
if they
long off the IB
fail
high here.
extension above overnight high here, which is possible, if they start to trade too low, like back into the main range of the day, I think we've seen the high and the low, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it will be unfortunate for anyone who's not a scalper.
I'll take a look at my life. Man, this playlist is bumping today.
Yeah? Share it with the
Yes.
class. Share it
My
with the
mama
class then.
thinks that my
What
mind
is
is
this?
gone.
Slipknot? What's going on?
What?
No?
Yeah,
No, I just got
profile-wise, it's
Dr.
not
Dre radio.
showing nodes
3-6
repeatedly
Mafia?
built.
Sometimes.
Shit.
Saying prayers in the street light.
Dun, 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 dun. Your account's back on, Lumi?
Nope, not yet.
No? All right, so you're just hoping for the best.
Yeah, it's
Sending
100%
prayers, as they
API
say.
issue, so it's fine. So not going to copy to the accounts anymore.
I
left without me on
copied
that one.
accounts once, and only one got filled, and that's it. No more. Never using a copier again.
It's fine. No complaints. Going to wait.
I do a little better one at a time also.
I'm just doing the 5 that Tradeway has. And I put more money into my regular account so I can just trade larger size there.
That's smart.
Okay, so we're at the IB high. If there's a reaction here, we can push back up to highs. But
I'm
I do
watching for
like
it too.
your guys' comment too that we may have seen that the low and the high of the day. And maybe the IB strat will trigger here. We're back inside.
Approaching 9 today, I am open as well on ES. We have nice 2-minute fair value gap right below 74.20. So we made it as there.
I need to get above this 650 guy. Not making it easy.
On NQ?
Yeah.
650. I don't have anything at 650. Let me check. My key level, nice support will be at 530 area on NQ. So as long as above this level, I would like to see new high of the week today. Within the next couple of hours. Ideally before 1 p.m.
Pull a volume profile on the 1 hour time frame. You talking about anchor? I don't know how to do that on this thing. June 5th. I mean, I have a 5-day rolling. I don't really need an anchored profile though. I mean, I have daily profiles, so. So
Yes, he's back at the
SpaceX
IB high
IPO
too.
has not begun.
Oh
thought
yeah,
it would
that's
be
supposed to be
like-
today.
I thought it would be like at market open, like IPO
No.
day is market open.
Usually it's between, at least as far as I know, it's going to be between 10 and 2 p.m. today. Stock is going to open, and I was reading information about this yesterday and today. So synthetic ticker rate at 20 yesterday it was 20% higher than original price. Now it's 30% higher. So we're going to open this big gap on SPX stock around like next couple of hours.
You trade stocks, Lemmy?
I do sometimes. So lots of people trying to buy and they're ready to buy 30% higher price when price 30% higher. So this means like they have huge interest in this. But I believe, yes, we're going to open either with huge gap or we're going to just blast at the open. And maybe next week we will see significant retracement so we can buy more stocks. So I wouldn't I don't want to be first buyer on SPX, but I know lots of people put limit orders around like 125, which is cool. Not sure you can place any market orders, but limit orders accepted. APO price down to 165 from one. Oh, it was 200 already. Wow,
Whoa.
that's insane.
160s.
Still 20%.
So IB high is not holding yet.
Yeah, a lot of sellers on side now on NQ as well. I'm still waiting. Puking it down.
It's down to $150. That's insane. That's a huge drop
From what?
from 195.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Additional price $135.
Oh, in 4 minutes it'll start trading.
That's fun. All right, cool.
Yeah, maybe I'll see him.
It'll probably be like 10 times faster than NQ.
Can I kick it?
Look at this big reversal. Was there anything on the tape up there that you guys or you still saw that could like a bit? I know. Remember that yesterday you were like the 600 guy. There was like 1,000 lot, and that ended up being the low.
I mean, it's usually not. In my experience, it's usually not like a big number like that marks a spot specifically. You want to see like a tiny number around, like above or below it, depending. You want to see some sort of taper, some sort of giving up. All I saw on NQ when I was watching was, I'm just watching this, like it was just grind, bid. And then this is a ton of selling absorption. And then this was the bid support here at like 620s. But this seller's on sides at the moment. I'm not going to go with them because this looks like a trendy profile, but I at least want to let some buying show back up and get back in. And I'm just watching ES for the same reason. When you just come back and tick the top of the OR. Objectively, this is a lot of volume on, but like there's node down here, main node, and then another node, and then little baby node up here. So trying to forecast a little bit of what this volume profile becomes. Like, I imagine this is all going to be, they're going to fill, it looks like they're trying to fill this in right now. This looks like an auction in here for the time being.
All right,
Stock is
SPX is trading now.
Yeah, it's open at 150.
Futures show, but we're gonna watch SPX.
Put on the SPX.
We're live, SPX. Let's go. Let's trade it.
This is a big chance to pump, but crazy volatility, crazy.
All right, it went down to 135, 150 now.
There's
Yeah,
a
we're
chance
gonna
to
watch
pump
Chris trade.
20%.
Chris gonna trade SPX now.
I bought it.
SPCX.
Just kidding.
I bought it. I'm in. I do want to I should just go get one share and just have it forever.
Yeah, but if the company doubles to like 10 trillion, then you only make $150.
It's still $150.
That's crazy. From 5
It's fine.
trillion to
You
10
know
trillion.
how much Panda you can buy with that?
That's $150. It's like this and like this and like that, and
I think we still can pump on SPX back to 165.75. Honestly, I expect to get some volatility at this point on indices, but nothing.
Yeah, still
Like
very
this
grouchy.
rejection. They said we need more money for SpaceX, so we're gonna sell it.
Oh my God, I saw that theory on TikTok or something that was that the pullback was institutional selling of assets in order to be able to afford SpaceX exposure. And I was like,
Seriously?
holy yes.
And people believe that.
I'm like, they could just say you can just say anything on the internet. There's no rules.
Need to sell all the gold so that we can roll it into SpaceX.
That's right. SpaceX is the new
Gold, crypto, stocks, anything. You guys keep saying SPX. Yeah, that's how you know we are. This is a futures show after all.
Why are my stocks going down?
I'm
Stop
telling
selling
you,
it
Rogue
to buy
Shots.
SpaceX.
Rogue Shots, you say that as a joke, but you can probably start a new TikTok conspiracy theory with that. He says selling gold on Earth so we can look for gold on Mars. Hey, maybe Stowe will come across your TikTok post. New conspiracy.
I mean, dude, when the internet goes out and all you have is your phone, bad things happen. I'll tell you that. I'm glad it came back for the show. I didn't know what I was gonna have to go to like the old lady coffee shop and be like, hey, do you mind if I make jokes into a microphone over here?
Look around at all the other patrons like, nobody talk, okay? Shh. Everybody whisper.
Really, we'd really be testing the Zoom filter.
It's so good. Like I legit just have music on right now.
Close the market.
All right, well, yeah, okay. Overnight low, no thanks. Overnight high, no thanks.
Yeah, right.
Let's just straight inside it. Whoever's looking for a new low, maybe you'll get it. No, no, all I know is if the market is really making the choice that they're not going to really deal outside of the Globex range, it's not going to be a good time. So,
Yeah, I hesitate to say low or high is in just because this is, I mean,
right now it looks like it's in, but I really hope that either they hold this pullback, get a new high, or they just go make a new low. Because if they don't, the next 3 hours, 4 hours might really suck.
yeah.
You're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
It's
And this
sometimes it's a
hourly
bogus
candle is
journey,
about
man.
to be dirty in 9 minutes. If it closes like this,
What's in 9 minutes?
hourly close.
Oh,
This candle's looking real possible trade 360s again.
mm.
Maybe even 200s if it's a new low. Yeah.
Do I take the IB long?
CBD. Okay, we need a disclaimer on that. Stowe said that as a joke.
Which,
It was a TikTok conspiracy theory video that he saw.
oh
He
Jesus,
should
yeah,
not have
sorry.
seen. He says, why do you guys not believe? Oh, why do you guys not believe that the
Oh,
sell-off on indexes was to put their money into the IPO? Why do you
I,
not believe it?
it's not that I don't believe it. It's just that
Yes, it
I mean,
is.
it doesn't
It
affect
absolutely
me.
is.
I mean, anything's possible. Like I said, this thing could be run by lizards. I don't know. There's no way to know that for sure.
I
But
think it's just a little, that's too crazy.
far-fetched.
Yeah, like let's just liquidate a bunch of our stuff to get into the SpaceX IPO is pretty reckless. Um, I would give the benefit of the doubt that money managers are not, implementing those kinds of practices. But
But
we've learned
dude,
time and time again that they could be just as idiotic as we are as retail. So,
how dare you talk about smart money like that?
so yeah, me personally, I think it's really ridiculous. But again, I'm just a guy spitting words into the mic. What do I know?
See, Rob thinks the lizard people are real. Who am I to tell him he's wrong?
Yeah, NT Live, big conspiracy show.
Can we get
Big conspiracy show.
production? Can we get the ancient aliens guy?
Yeah, but like AI Stowe's face into it.
Yo, that'd
Wait,
be
Nick,
funny.
are you in here? I have a new
Nick
thumbnail
Nick
idea.
would get that. Nick is already done with it probably if he's listening. It's like, oh, is this what you wanted?
I sent Nick down a whole new rabbit hole this morning. I woke up and decided.
What'd you do? What'd you tell him? What'd you prompt
It's a
him?
secret. It's a secret. It's a secret. It's a secret.
Secret? All right, all right,
You'll
all right.
find out. You'll be one of the people to know first.
I mean, I would hope so. I would certainly hope so. Yeah, Stowe doesn't get the business duck anymore. He gets a lizard person as his
Dude,
little
that's cool.
AFK profile pic.
If I can choose a lizard person to have, may I have the Koopa from the Super Mario Brothers movie?
You don't get to choose.
No, you
No,
get
and
the-
also
the
that's a
gecko one.
that's a cool lizard person. You're supposed to hate the lizard people. They're your enemies.
No, I'm talking about do you remember the Super Mario like live action movie from the 90s?
No.
You
Did I
should-
even
okay.
see it? Was there a live action Super Mario?
Yeah, dude. Yep, Super Mario Brothers in the 90s. I'll send you the picture of the Koopa from the Super Mario Brothers. It's great. Lumi, you're big into Mario. You ever seen this movie?
Which one?
The live action one from the 90s.
Oh no.
All right.
I know I cannot watch movies from 90s.
I
Seriously, I
played-
don't know why.
In the 90s, I was playing a shitload of Mario Kart and Super Mario, like the actual Super Mario game. You know what's funny, guys? I still haven't beat Stage 3 Bowser, the very final boss battle. I haven't beaten it. You know what? I should get to that.
Holding previous
I
day
should
high.
get to that.
You got time, right?
I should get to that. I don't. Yeah,
You don't have a
yeah.
lot going on.
Not lately, but one day I'm gonna finish that.
In 90s, I was learning how to walk, speak, eat.
Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah, we're like 55, so
learning English in the No, was it? Yeah. Oh,
you guys ever see those memes where it's like, oh man, I should have been like in the year 1996 or the year 2000, I should have been investing in crypto, but instead I was just like trying not to poop my diaper.
Yep.
yeah. Ay, ay, ay.
You watching SpaceX?
No,
What's happening right now?
watching all
Hey, it
my
looks,
stocks go
looks
down
okay.
because they're selling them to buy SpaceX.
Is this delayed on TradingView? No, it's not, right?
Not if you have real time. So it
I
shot
think
up from
all stocks-
135 to 166.
Yeah, it's going up. No, I
20%.
see that it opened in the 150s. Held a pullback. It's trading 160s. It's looking all right. It's crazy. NQ, ES, and gold look identical.
I also noticed this like last couple of weeks.
And
They're
gold?
pretty much the same.
Gold, yeah, gold's price
Mhm.
action looks the same.
What do you mean? It's been going down the last few days, no?
No, I'm talking about today's like 5-minute
Oh, okay,
intraday.
okay.
They just look the same.
So far, yes, and QD trades back to 50-minute inversion fair value gap, but staying below daily open. So I'm still bullish.
XY, check the chat. Not ours, the show chat.
Oh my God. That's for sure you.
Dude, this is so good. They got to use it at some point. This
Oh shit.
need-
Sorry. I just opened it. I didn't know it's going to be opening on that screen.
Oh, you gave it away?
You
I
can
mean,
give
it's
it
too
away.
My
good
chart's
not
not
to
being
show.
shown. My
Show
chart's
the
not being
people.
shown.
You can-
They
you
said you
show
can
it.
show it. Show it.
My screen's not on display.
Oh, yeah, they said it wasn't live, but hey, it's really good. They
It
should
has
just
to be
put
Stowe or Lumi.
overlay it over Stowe's face right now. When Stowe starts speaking conspiracy crazy, they'll just put it on the.
I like that
No,
we still
instead of
have
aliens,
the.
you should do sell the market to buy SpaceX.
That's actually really good AI
Chat
drama.
liked it.
All right, who's positioned for new lows? Huh? I know a lot of the chat was looking for it. At this point, I hope you get it because the market's got to move.
Yeah.
It's got to move. I mean, new lows is hard, but in this zone into the 360s would be nice. Still really nice.
360s, then I'm open. That's
Deal
way too
killer
much.
is short.
Okay, so I can now look for the IB short, but I need a bounce to then look to the short. Bounce, higher low fails, and then short.
Both ES and Q just broke below New York midnight open.
And Q
Well.
lost its whole node right now.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
That's kind of insane.
Value
Because
area
I
low right
expect
there,
to get
though.
new high of the week today. It's
Man, I'm
Friday,
glad I
but
took
still.
profit on that. Woo!
What, long?
Yeah, this is basically my entry down here. Put 40 points in the bank.
Yeah, SPX at 7,400. I was
40
trying to analyze
bucks? Dude,
SPX and to see where we're going. On
you paid 40?
SPX,
40 points, yeah.
Oh, they
yeah,
said
that's
40
nice.
bucks. I thought you said 40 bucks. I was like, roll that into SpaceX. 40 points NQ?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was wild.
You're rich. Buy more SpaceX.
I'm not super rich. I mean,
Dude,
I've
40
made some
points ES
mistakes
is
this week,
insane.
but it's all right. I'm still in like I haven't reloaded cash account. I'm just doing fundeds and evals still. Just getting my. I'm probably gonna wait until roll's done to get back to the cash account world. You know what I've been doing, XY? I've been going to the gym, baby. I feel
Hell yeah.
good.
Hell yeah.
I gotta say, I did not know that eating all of this protein was gonna make me feel like $1 million, but I swear I feel like $1 million. And that's the only thing I've changed in my life.
Well, you are also going to the gym, which
Yeah.
does a lot for you, diet aside. So, hell yeah.
All right,
But
guys,
I
my
have the
time
energy
is up.
for it. It's cool.
I gotta get out of here.
All right, Chris.
You guys
Chris is
enjoy your
running to the
sesh.
Well, my
Lumi,
fellow lazy
Stowe.
people, goodbye. See you next week.
Chat, you guys take care, all right? Enjoy the rest of your week. Toodles.
Toodles.
Toodles. All right, Dasha. How you doing today, by the way? You good?
Yeah, doing good. This week wasn't easier, but so far so good. How did you do this week?
I didn't trade Monday or Tuesday at all, which is pretty weird for me. And I'd say mixed result between funded and evals. Passed a couple, killed a couple. Made some money on some fundeds, killed a couple fundeds. So I can feel myself like treading water a little bit, and this is when I lean back on funded and evals a lot when I'm in that spot. So I'm glad I recognized that and didn't just push it with cash like I would have in the past. So
yeah, I also had some ups and downs this week. Also, kind of beginning of first week didn't feel good. I know why, maybe because like we moved. Some
dude,
stress.
that's a lot of
I know.
stress. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that like Monday, it started on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I had like strong chest pain every single day.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, damn, what is going on? I truly believe it because of this, because we moved, like because of stress. I always hate to move. I always feel like depressed after this.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I had like a strong chest pain. Like I was like, maybe I'm dying. But no, fortunately, no. Yeah. And I was like, well, I'm not going to like trade like a lot. And on competition on Tuesday, I believe Tuesday was competition, right? So I didn't
Yeah.
feel good like from the very beginning. So I decided to stay away from trading at all. And Wednesday I did good. Yesterday I did like 50-50. Today, not bad. But this week, like overall hard for me. Emotionally, I would say hard. But overall, I'm happy with performance. This market wasn't easy, kind of consolidation during AM session, a lot of consolidation. And PM session, actually a good one. I love it. Someone asking if and guys, I have like issue right now with my trading platform, so I cannot place any trades. I will do on Monday. I will steam on Monday here, so we will trade back to normal trading on Monday.
Oh yeah, aren't we trading together on Monday?
Yes.
New time? Yeah, that's right, baby. Woo! I'm excited for that. That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, me too. I had limit order. I don't know if it was executed or not. It's fine. Biggest issue, like when I was buying replicant, I saw they recommend to copy up to 20 accounts. And I was like, I'm going to copy 30 accounts, not a problem. So here's my fault. So right now I have problem, but it's okay. No problem for me. No complaints.
Are you feeling better?
I feel like I still had some chest pain yesterday. Right now, like, okay, didn't feel anything bad.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like heart problem, to be honest. It's just like, it's just stress.
I would be shocked. You're pretty young. You're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
What happens to me is any sort of like environment change or big change in my life like that, I get through it. And then as soon as it's done, like all of the emotional and mental effects of that thing hit me at once. It's like, okay, you're done having to do the thing.
Yeah.
Now it's time to deal with how that made
Exactly.
you feel. And it's just like,
Exactly.
ugh.
Yes.
Omar
Wow.
says, I guess I'll call it a day. I'm not confident about longs anymore. And I'm up $450 on two funded. That's great, man. You like as soon as you lose your confidence, like the law of diminishing returns exists. So it's okay. It's Friday. Put it in the bank, bro. Go have a weekend.
Oh, yeah. From what I see so far, I still believe in longs. I kind of question shorts yet. We still supporting New York Midnight Open. And I said before, normally if we have Tuesday, let's say Tuesday low of the week, Friday tends to make high of the week. And Q reversed like 80 points away from this level. So technically we still have a chance. Right now it's only 12 p.m. So we'll see if we can pump more. Looking at SPX, yes, SPX stuck at 7,400, nice psychological level. Technically can retest 73.95, but if it wants to be bullish, I want to see the support in 73.95 on SPX to pump towards 74.85 today.
I'm really trying to not get chopped up right here. And this was a really good location for a trade earlier for me. And now we're back there again. I mean, whatever this big, there was a ton of volume that came in on this push off of 7,400. And I'm still on June for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer like, this is one thing where as you watch the volume profile develop, this didn't look like this before. And now this is like the primary volume node. This is price happiness or whatever you would call it. This is the main auction down here. And so I don't want to get in the same spot that I was in before because they just seem to be happy to hang out here now. There's no main aggressor yet. I don't know. So I too am sitting on my hands at the moment.
I'm still also on June contract. I will send right now link to production team so they can send this in the chat. So how you can compare volume on old and new contract. Site calls barchart.com. So link, I just sent link in the chat for production team, so they will post this on YouTube chat. So when you're trying to figure out if it's time to switch to new contract, you can compare on this website volume and open interest. And if you see, for example, on old contract, open interest and volume still higher than on, let's say, on September contract, you still want to trade old contract. So I see lots of people switch today, but honestly, right now, June contract twice, volume on June contract twice more. So I don't see reason to switch yet. So let's see if production is going to send this to the chat. It's just barchart.com if you want to Google this.
Hey, Nick. What's up, brother? Hey, good morning, Omni. What's up, brother?
Yeah, link in the chat, guys. Use this. You can see volume right now on June contract on ES is 1 million, while on September contract is less than 600K. Market is not scary, guys. It's just tricky a little bit. Just wait for your setup and try this. So it doesn't look perfect on lower time frame. On high time frame, it doesn't look so bad, I would say.
I think that it feels scary when, this is just a guess, but people tend to say this when ranges expand. And I think it's a product of looking for patterns in like a range compression. You get used to several weeks of range compression. And then when the ranges get a lot bigger, it feels scary because it's moving in larger clips, right? So the legs get longer. And if you don't quickly slow yourself down, then you're using your old speed for 30 to 40 point ES ranges for 100 point ES ranges, and you're going to get chewed up quickly, and you're going to feel like you're taking a ton of losses. You're going to feel like you're offsides constantly, but really you're just entering in spots that, like, your old spot for entry is now going to be a little wider, a little further away from that leg. So you just got to, when the feel changes, when the ranges expand, you have to quickly change and expand also. Otherwise, that's how you get got.
It's not about how many contracts, guys, you need to trade. It's about how much you're willing to lose on this trade. Yes, on the US stop loss right now around 30 points to make 70 points. 30 points a lot for one mini contract. 30 points a lot with 5 micros also, right? So adjust your contracts and think how much you're ready to lose on this trade. For example, if your normal risk $300, obviously you're not going to trade 5 micros with 30 points stop loss on the US, right? So you're going to trade 2 micros. Sometimes you're going to trade 3 micros and nothing wrong about this. So range is huge, but all you need to do is just adjust contract size. Your risk reward is going to be the same. Your reward for the day is going to be the same, just less contracts. Because current 5-minute candle, like 20 points. I remember, like, it used to be 10 points on ES used to be my daily target.
Yep. Joe says, that's annoying. Price faded 1 tick away from my TP. Joe, if I can help you, and you don't have to do this, but it's something to think about that I've incorporated. If you have a target and you have your entry, right? Like, the closer you get to that, your risk to reward changes because you're now risking open profits for a remainder of ticks that are getting smaller and smaller. So, like, if you look at this trade I was in, nice, there's a move. If you look at this trade I was in earlier, I got in at
higher.
I got in at 73.92, and my ultimate target is, overnight high, this V range. Once we got up here and we were hesitating, I now have like 35 points of open profit, risking for another 6 or 7 points. So your risk evolves as you're in a trade and your profit is growing, and you're now risking capital that exists. So it's not, I don't always trail my stop, but if I have a fixed target like early in the day that I'm expecting to get to and we get close and I see a seller show up, I just get out. I try not to be a D for that T. It's okay to just hit the flatten button and take the money.
My key levels, I sent in the chat. I really want to see them today. I cannot short. I already said this before. I truly believe we should see new high of the week. I just consider current volume profile. Use the low of the week is on NQ looks just so textbook to me. Once again, it looks kind of messy on lower time frame, but sometimes weekly profiles helps you to build the bias for the day. So that's why from the very beginning it was bullish. I was looking only for longs. So let's see if NQ will support this 530 area I mentioned before. And I would like to see 849 today. Just new high of the week.
Dasha, why do they keep grinding you about whether you're in a trade or not? Why is the chat so curious? This is ridiculous.
Guys,
so funny.
My platform locked. I cannot place any trades until Monday. So I hope problem will be solved by Monday, but unfortunately cannot place any trades. I have active order, limit order. I don't know, I cannot check if it's activated or not, but I had limit order at 74.10. Long order with TP at 74.77. So let's see. I'm not sure if it's going to hit and if it was activated, but if it was activated, I'm going to make good money today. If not, I'm going to lose. What did you do before trading? Guess, like really guess. It will be funny.
That's possible. Kane says good traders will hold to full TP. I mean, fair, but me and Kane trade a little differently. I would say that Kane is a little less discretionary than I am. He's got a very specific model and a way that he looks at the market, and that's his trade. If it's not around, he doesn't take it. Also, Kane moves to break even. Everybody trades differently. Kane doesn't struggle with the thing that Joe guy mentioned. He doesn't care if he gets close to his target and it comes all the way back on him. He just washes that off. So he doesn't need to worry about the evolving risk to reward ratio. Different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, I trying to learn how to hold my trade because I tend to move to break even super fast as well. And it hits a lot my break evens and goes to my TP. So now I'm just waiting for TP number 1 hit and then I chill to break even. Otherwise, it's TP or stop loss. So yeah, I have more losses at this point, but it's okay. TP 8. Yeah, TP on NQ is, I would like to see new high of the week. I already said this, I don't know, 10 times. Doesn't make any sense to short this.
They're making you repeat yourself a lot today.
Truly believe as long as above 10 a.m. open, no reason to short this. I mean, scalps, perfectly fine. I'm not against scalps. I'm just bad scalper. I'm looking for big move. Session move. Scalping like this short seems like nice in hindsight. I mean, for me. But even with this jab, I was still looking for longs.
So that big move up doesn't seem impulsive. Is it because the book is thin? Yeah, you got to take into account. I mean, look at ES. I'll pull it over. So if you look at the ES DOM, I mean, you're working with the limit book is in the teens and the 20s. So you have to think and this is because the volume is splitting into two places. Which is also, for order flow traders, this is when our edge gets dull. Basically, imagine it gets cut in half because now the thing that we look at is in two places at the same time. And it's not possible, I don't know, unless you're a robot, to look at both DOMs and somehow glean anything off of that. So when a big order hits the book, it's not running into 50 points a tick, 75 points a tick. It's running into 17 points a tick, 22 points a tick. So when you throw 500 lots in, it's going to move that much faster because there's just not that much liquidity sitting there. So that's how a thin book affects what's going on.
Also, you can move to break even when you're sure price will not retrace back to your entry, because no reason for this. Let me was work start before trading. No, by the way, it's funny. You see guitar, but I have no idea how to play.
You should learn. Oh, you know, it's
Yeah.
fun. That's what I was going to tell you today. So I have an assignment in my psychology class, and I have to take I have to do 5 units of a language learning section. I have to go through 5 units of Rosetta Stone, and I was going to ask, should I do Russian or is there a different language? Which one should I
Pick
do?
Russian. I
Pick
remember
Russian?
when I was at university, I also picked Russian.
Okay. Cool.
It was quite easy.
All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to come back. I have to get it done by Wednesday. So I'll come back next Friday and let you know where I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm going to try some Russian.
Oh, yeah.
Legend Algo, what time frame do I use to draw my key levels? I guess hourly. That's what I'll pull my big chart up here. Yeah, this is an hourly chart. This is what I look at for higher time frame stuff. This is a rolling 6-day volume profile. That's the biggest one I look at. And I have monthly and weekly. Whoops. That was weird. Where'd you go? Here you are. And I have monthly and oh, that's my problem. And I have monthly and weekly VWAP bands on here. So we're now using the current month, which was really good support here. 73.45. So now we're looking to retrace first to the monthly VWAP, and then beyond that, the next target will be the other side of the range. But we have to clear this first. And weekly is currently still neutral. That's these gray guys right here. So as you can see, this is where we're building the majority of the volume, but we are stepping higher. We're back in neutral territory on both. So I'll be interested to push higher if we can get above 74.30 again. And then I'd be targeting up here, but I don't know. It's a lot to ask for out of a ES day that has already had 100 points. Why VWAP and not volume profile every leg? I don't know. I have a strategy for actually you can come check it out next Thursday. I'm going to do the strategy thing, but I have a way that I use VWAP and standard deviations to give me a higher time frame lens that I kind of zoom in to the day with, and it gives me a bias for the day. And then I kind of just stay focused in the day beyond that and let the day develop. So you can do some things when all the time frames align. You shouldn't do some things when they don't align, as per my rules. Just some stuff I've created to keep myself out of trouble. Yeah, anchor view up's cool. Whatever works, man.
Are you price action trader? What does it mean, price action trader?
That's a good question. I don't know. Candle shapes, I think.
I don't use indicators. I use only candlesticks.
Yeah, I think that's what price action is. I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
Yeah, me
I
too.
honestly have no idea. Personally, I can't use a candle shape. I don't see them. They don't make any sense to me. Doji, whatever. I can tell when something has a wick, but like anything beyond that. Oh, somebody asked me what prop firms I trade.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Dasha and I both like Lucid a lot.
Mm-hmm.
There's other good ones. Are Tradeify is good. You don't really need anything other than that, I don't think. XY said this earlier. You all are extremely lucky that you don't have to do this 2-3 years ago. The options were much worse with much worse rules. And way more insane drawdowns and occasionally psychological warfare, depending on what was going on. So, yeah, if you're gonna use a prop, Lucid is Bay.
Lovely. But depends what you're looking for, like you need like
Yeah.
lots of accounts. You don't mind to have payout cap. You are okay with consistency rule unfunded. Depends what you need. Like different prep firms for different needs. For example, Lucid has payout cap, while, for example, Take Profit Trader does not have payout
That's
cap.
true. That's true.
But they do have intraday challenge drawdown. Are you okay with intraday challenge drawdown unfunded? Yes or no? If no, that's probably not for you, as well as Apex not for you, intraday challenge drawdown option. Then Apex, not Apex, but Lucid or Tradeify are your best options. Just you need to understand what you're looking at now. But I personally, I do like Take Profit Trader.
Yep. They've always done right by me as well. Yeah, Cooper, that's what I was thinking too. I'm like, is everything price action? I don't know. It's just one of those words. It's just one of those phrases that I'm like, I actually don't know. Is everything that?
The price action trader considers support and resistance range. I mean, yes.
I mean, I think we all consider support and resistance, right?
Exactly.
I think we just have different ways to frame it. Like, there's different ways to find it. I find that support and resistance tends to be either where a bunch of people like hanging out or a bunch of people didn't like hanging out. And there's a different way for me to find that inside of volume profile, VWAP bands, standard deviations, stuff like that. So I can find these areas those ways. Other people find them with candle shapes or footprint or moon cycles. I don't know, anything. However you find it, doesn't matter. The levels aren't the edge. The trader is the edge. The execution is the edge.
Do you think you will move to order flow someday? Well, I would say beginning 2025, I was trying to trade footprint charts and stock imbalances. And I was trying to combine this with ICT. It didn't work for me. I felt like it's trying to overcomplicate too much. So I stopped using this. It didn't help. But once again, by the end of the day, who cares what you trade? If you can make money with ICT, order flow, support and resistance, supply and demand, trade it.
Yep.
It's all about if you can be profitable with this strategy. Like, who cares if it's ICT or not? Lots of ICT haters. I never understand this. Like, why?
Well, it's because the dude made a bunch of weird lore, and that's why. I think that's
I mean,
why.
I'm talking about his concept.
No. Yeah. I think it's just like, people can just get wrapped up in it because it's so sensationalized. But yeah, the concepts are, I mean, it's just price action. It's just another way it's another lens. And like, I can't the XY looks at a footprint chart. I can't look at a footprint chart. I don't know what the hell is going on in a footprint chart. But I realized that if I put delta, if I put a delta volume profile on my chart, that all of a sudden made more sense to me. It's just like, I don't know. It's like wearing somebody else's glasses. You don't, most of the time, you're not going to be able to see because that's not your prescription.
Mm-hmm. At the same time, two ICT traders can trade ICT once again, but one is going to take long, another one will take short. So it's all about how you see this market, your view on market. For example, I trade ICT for 4 years. I still have no idea how to use fair value gaps.
Mm.
I don't use them at all because I don't need this. Does it make me a bad ICT trader? I don't think so.
This is why. All right. So this is why the hate, this is why people get grouchy about it. Is like you see this dude who gets vigorously offended and defensive of ICT concepts in here. It's because like anytime, I'll say this about any trading discipline at all. If you start to talk like your trading discipline is the way and the only way, that is a huge red flag for anybody that trades in a different way and is profitable. Lumi trades ICT, but she doesn't care that I trade order flow. It's fine. That's how it should be, man.
Yep. Check gold. Gold interesting on daily chart. Building a nice trend line here. I do like how it tested major sell side liquidity level. On gold, I truly believe, like, I'm not sure about like intraday trading on gold. It's kind of hard the last couple of months. But once you're going to get daily closure about 4,300, we can actually try to look for swing position, long position on gold back to 4,800, like 500 points. But I would like to get 4,300 closure, daily closure above this level.
More people asking if you're in a trade.
I know why you're laughing.
We should maybe I'll make a banner real fast. Tasha's platform is in the tank until Monday. It's nobody's fault. Replicanto got sad. That's it. It's funny. I like a mask.
Yeah, it stopped working at 11, I guess. No, at 10:50. But yeah, I had limit order at 74.10, guys, before it stopped working. And my TP at 74.78. So I don't know if it was executed or not. Just no idea. But if so, we will make money today. If not, we will lose. Or maybe it's going to pending order until, I don't know. Seriously, I don't know.
Oh my God, this guy. All right, Legend Algo. You ready for your answer? You've asked this 50 times. Are you ready? Do you really want this answer? How many likes do we have? If we get the likes to a decent point, I will tell everybody how long it took me to get profitable. Hold on. Let me double check the likes.
442.
Terrible. Horrible. Horrible like count. That's not even
670.
That's not even 50%. All right, if you get the likes to 525, I'll tell you how long it took. 670? Okay. All right, I'll take that. Good. This guy really wants this question answered, chat. I think I have answered this possibly on every stream, but I'm going to do it again because it's Friday. And the vibes are good. Do you want to guess, old bum? You can guess.
What time frame is offering the cleanest move? Well, I'm going to give you a reply on this question. It's a good question. There is no time frame that show you a better move ever. So you want to trade reaction on high time frame. So let's say we all use support and resistance, right? So we expect to get reaction from support and resistance. And let's say on 4 chart, we hit this level. Obviously, not going to enter immediately on 4 chart simply because we hit this level. So we're going to switch on lower time frame, and we're going to see how we reacted from this level. Did we get any reaction at all on lower time frame as reaction from, let's say, resistance level on 4 chart? If so, we can try to execute this, but it doesn't mean like you're going to use 5-minute chart all the time. No, not of course. For this, we have, let me see if I have the screenshot. We can use time frame alignment chart. I don't see this on my screen. I used to have this, but I probably deleted. I call this time frame alignment chart. Let me explain what does it mean. Time frame. Did I write this right? Probably no. 1 second. How to write this word? Whatever. If we hit a daily level on high time frame, it can be support and resistance. It can be any high time frame point of interest to use. It can be even volume profile level, whatever. In order to wait for reaction from this level, obviously, once again, you're not going to use daily chart for this because it's nearly impossible to place good entry, good stop loss, and good TP at this point. So what we're going to use? We're going to use hourly chart. And we want to see how this reaction was confirmed. Maybe nothing happened. Maybe it's not valid resistance level. Maybe we'll continue going higher. So in order to confirm daily reaction from high time frame level, we should switch on hourly chart and see what is going on there. Let's say we have, I don't know, 4-hour level. 4-hour level. We're going to use on 15-minute. We're going to use 15-minute chart for this to see reaction. We call this time frame alignment chart. If we got 1-hour level, any level, once again, it doesn't matter which strategy you use. It can be whatever, like even point of interest on volume, point of control on volume profile, whatever. If it's hourly chart, you're going to use 5 minutes. If it's hourly level. If it's 30-minute level, you're gonna use 3-minute chart. This is my favorite one, by the way. 15 minutes. 1 hour, 1 minute chart, and 5-minute level, 30-second chart. So we call this time frame alignment once again. Once we hit an important high time frame level, you cannot know for sure on this time frame. Let's say we just swept, let's imagine, gold just swept previous monthly low level on daily chart. Can I place long immediately simply because we took liquidity level? Of course not. It means absolutely nothing. Where's previous weekly low level? It was, don't remember when it was. Just want to show you example. Over here, right? See, we swept this level, but nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. It wasn't confirmed. See, for example, let's say we used weekly chart for this sweep. I'm going to switch on 4 chart and see. Did we get any reaction from this level here? See? Absolutely nothing. No reaction. Can I trade this long? Absolutely not. So I'm going to wait for any confirmation, any shift in structure to engage in this long. Just perfect example that yes, we swept important liquidity level, but nothing happened. That's why we always use time frame alignment chart like that to confirm reaction.
Hey, thanks, Frank. You too, buddy. Why does that question exist? Like, why is that the most popular question? Is it because do people wonder how long it took me to get profitable so that they can use that as a barometer for their own timeline? Is that
probably.
why?
Mm-hmm. Because it took me almost 3 years.
All right, Lumi's at 3 years. That's pretty quick.
Yeah.
This is what I think in general. I think that that is a question that is not worth asking. I'll tell you, it took me 5. I don't know. I'm profitable now. This is also the asterisk too. I had a really good year last year. I'm on track to not have that as good of a year as I did last year this year so far. I'm not making as much money. I had a period of in the spring of last year where everything I was doing was hitting and I banked on it and I pressed into it and I had like 2 months that I couldn't be stopped. And it was great. It gave me a lot of overconfidence, but I secured a lot of that profit, and that was cool. This year has been a lot different for me. I have not had that sequence of events that lined up at all like that yet. Who knows if it'll come? It might not. It might be the summertime. Who knows? But the market's different this year than it was last year. So you can't rely on the idea of profitability as like some sort of finish line that you get to. Like, you don't get to it and then stay there. you have to work to stay there. The other thing too is I would argue that the idea that, and I've seen some people talk about like Jade and Kane and like world record holders for prop payouts and stuff, like that's great. But you can't imagine that you can replicate someone else's success because
It's impossible.
you can't. You're never going to get the exact same strategy, be able to execute it the same in the exact market that they executed it in to get that world record payout thing. So it's cool, but don't use it as a barometer for your own trading. You have to be able to define your own success. So Lumi was profitable in 3 years. It took me closer to 5. I'm not convinced that I'm profitable now. Like I'm making money this year. I'm paying bills, but I haven't had the 2 months that was super awesome that I did last year. It's humbling. It makes me work on my process. It makes me appreciate what I have. That sort of stuff. So like, I don't know, man. I would hesitate to ask those kinds of questions. I mean, you can ask, but I wouldn't put any weight behind any of that stuff because at the end of the day, you're the only one that is going to benefit or be hurt by your trading performance. So that is the only thing that matters.
And what separates profitable trader from not profitable trader is psychology. It's not strategy, trust me. It's not how you execute. It's how you react on your losses. Because you can be profitable first years, and let's say you got bad months. Just one single month, you're like super red. How are you going to react on this? What are you going to do with this? Are you going to change something, or are you going to continue like doing exactly the same, sorry for saying this, shit that you did like this month?
Family
and
show! Lumi cursed. I'm putting it in the swear
My
jar,
bad.
Lumi. $5.
Yeah. And nothing changing. Because if something bad, this means something is going on wrong right now. What you did something wrong. Try to change this to see what is going on. But once again, what separates profitable trader from not profitable trader is their psychology. Not strategy, because we can trade exactly the same strategy. For example, I know like T-Trade teaches us perfect strategies, right? Exactly same strategy, exactly same video, but we all execute differently, right? Some lose, some wins, right? It's all about psychology. In my opinion, I truly believe trading is equals psychology. It's not about strategy.
The other thing is there's more psychological pitfalls the longer that you're around. Like I had being on a really good hot streak was great, but it did a lot of damage too. And it took me a long time to realize that like some of the mistakes I was making was because I was referencing a time in my own trading that I was outperforming. Like I was on the upper end of variance. Like I was beating variance in that time. And you can get a false sense of, I don't know, you can get way overconfident. You can decide to size in ways that you shouldn't size because that size worked for you back then, but it doesn't work anymore. The market has changed, but you didn't change with it. And I don't know, that's how it sucks you back in. So I learned a lot. And I'm a better trader this year, even though I'm making a little less money on average so far, but I'm a better trader. Like it's a weird game that we play because it's not, you can't be results oriented, but you still live in a world that is based on earning a living and having results. So.
And I guess key point, market will not change for you. You need to adapt. And it's not going to be exactly the same every single day. Sometimes it's going to be a crazy volatility and it's going to be huge range and you need to change something, right, in your trading in order to adjust to these conditions. So I guess I understood this too late when I said like market will not change for you. Because I was like, I want to see lower today. Why? Because I said so. I want to see lower, and that's it. I'm going to look for shorts and nothing else. But market is bullish. So what market is going to do? It will take your money. Because yeah, market
Yep.
doesn't care about your I want to see lower. So you need to react. And I guess biggest improvement was I'm trying to stay away from predicting where we're going to go. And I don't really like questions, are we bullish today? Are we bearish today? Man, I have no idea, seriously.
Yeah.
I can be bullish now, but in 30 minutes I will say, you know, I want to full port short here because come on, look at this structure. It's super bearish here.
VHS Lord. Cool name. If I open the full day ladder delta profile, you see at the moment we're trading above 5K delta. Does that mean buyers are offside? Do you mean like if I had the whole day's volume profile or delta volume profile? I wouldn't. Or are you talking about cumulative delta? Which do you mean? Either way, it doesn't mean shit. But just so I know which one to reference. That just means that a lot of people are doing business right there. Like if you're saying there's like a 5K like total transacted here, then that just means a lot of people are bidding into a seller here. And you'll see, I mean, if you pull up the whole day's delta volume profile, especially on rollover week, you'll see actually a fun thing to do is pull up the full day delta volume profile on June and September right now, and then compare those two together. And you can see where rollover is happening. Because I mean, there's a lot of like, dude, this is a pretty big market. There's a lot of contracts to roll into September. That's why it takes them a week. Oh, cumulative? Yeah, I don't look at cumulative delta at all. I find it completely useless. It doesn't give me a picture of anything. It's like, I mean, you're looking at the total cumulative delta for what, a 95 point range right now? Like, how are you supposed to use that? There could be any number of spots in here that are the reason why that is the ask minus the bid is plus 5,000. There's literally no way to know where that is or why or glean any sort of information from that positioning. No worries, VHS Lord. And also, just because I don't think it's useful doesn't mean it's not useful. Please remember that like the things that I say about my own trading, they do not apply to everybody. And if you find some sort of edge in cumulative delta, please use it to make money. That's important. Jason, what do I think about the NQ liquidity right now? I don't know. I mean, it's got like a 2 point spread. It's doing what it's doing. It's doing rolly-ish tape. It's getting banged around. I don't know. Seems fine.
Still holding above 10 today. I'm open in New York, midnight open. Super slow, no volume at all, but hope it's going to expand higher soon.
Old bum. I haven't been trading as much NQ the last couple weeks because ES is moving fast enough. I prefer to be in ES if I can. It's less slippery. But I have so what I did for my NQ trading and my ES trading is I find that I do my best performance when I have like a 52 to 55% win rate on a 1.25, 1 to 1.25 to 1.45 risk to reward ratio. So I made an MNQ bracket that is a 15-point stop loss and then 4 take profits. 3 get taken, 1 gets taken at 10, 1 gets taken at 15, 1 gets taken at 30, and the 4th is just a runner in the sky, right? And I can take that one off discretionarily. But the sum of that, all the lots in that bracket, is a 1 to 1.25 risk to reward ratio. So I have it baked into my bracket when I open a trade because I mark it in. So I mark it in, and that risk to reward ratio is in there. So if I hit the first 3 lots, I have captured my ideal risk to reward ratio. But that's shit you got to learn about yourself. And you can do that by digging into your own stats. You should look at that. You should always be looking at your stats. You should always be analyzing your trading, looking for patterns in that data. It's very valuable stuff. So, because you're the edge. Trader is the edge. Sure. No problem, homie. Thanks for hanging out all the time.
Nice expansion. Trying to expand here. Come on, NQ. I hope my order on ES was executed.
You had one at 410?
Mm-hmm. I had a 74.10 limit order.
I hope you got it, man. I really do.
Because we dropped there.
Yep. Morford, I appreciate the offer, buddy. No, I'm good. I find I copy trade some evals, but at least in the last couple weeks, I haven't really been copy trading anything. If I have a funded, I just hit them one at a time. It keeps me out of trouble. But that's just my personal confidence level with my execution at the moment. Try and keep it real.
So my order is executed, drawn on chart. I hope I'm in this trade, but here's my stop loss below 10 I'm open. In with 3 micros, I put limit order with 3 micros, TP at 74.77, if I remember correctly. So.
Bro, that's not a real question. What are the chances of turning $100 into $1,000 in 30 days? I've no, how in the hell would I answer that? I don't know. I will say this is probably not a great mindset to be trading with, if that's a real question.
Hey guys.
Hey Jim.
Hello.
Good morning.
How are you today?
How are you feeling, Mr. Jim? You feeling better today? You recovered?
Dude, my score like rallied this morning.
Hell yeah.
That's awesome.
Dude, health is a big thing.
Oh yeah.
No, I know. Well, for me it's the sleep. So I got an extra hour sleep. And whereas the day before I was they would say sleep deficit.
Ah, yes. The old sleep deficit.
How do you control this? Do you use like Whoop bands?
No, but I wear a pressure mask at night.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Okay. It's bizarre, but it really works really well.
That's cool.
Yeah. Crazy. Anyway, well, great job, you guys, today.
Thank you.
What's cooking this weekend? Anything exciting?
I don't know. Trampoline park or the pool? We'll see what the rain does.
Oh, pool, yes. It's so hot outside. Probably pool for us as well.
You need to put the trampoline by the pool. And just
Well, I don't own
Oh,
the
yeah.
trampoline park. It's a place you got to buy tickets to, Jim. I don't know. Have you never experienced the trampoline park? It's insane.
yeah, not really.
It's like Chuck E. Cheese, but with trampolines and
I don't
violence.
go there because of this. I hate to go to Chuck and Cheese because of these their games. Because
Hmm.
my kids only wants to play with these games. I'm like, no, no, enough.
You have boys though, Dasha, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right.
Well, there you go. Just have them jump off that trampoline into the pool. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Wow. Any event. Well, no, you guys are flat, right? No more positions?
Yep.
I'm holding, I hope I'm in position at 74.10. I have problem with logging to my NinjaTrader. It's fine. So, but I placed limit order at 74.10. So let's see if it was executed. I will find out later.
Okay. All right. Well, I wish you luck on that one for sure. Going into the afternoon, are you guys done for the day? You're looking for more trade ideas?
Oh, I'm done.
I'm
You're
so
done?
done. I actually didn't take a trade on stream. We didn't retrace low enough that I felt like getting back in that long. And yeah, I think, yeah, we're just chilling here, it seems. So
Hmm.
I'm good.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds very good. Well, you guys did a great job. Let's give these two a well-deserved round of applause, please. Couple of announcements really quickly here, before you guys go. Sunday, crypto closeout, Sunday open with Craig and company, 6 p.m. East Coast time. Awesome way to kick things off, shake off the cobwebs from the weekend, and get back in the groove. So that's going to be at 6 p.m., which is awesome. Monday, do have a special event with Zubin Ramdarashan. And Zubin is a global co-head of derivatives and products markets at Eurex Exchange. We're going to talk about some great Eurex markets. So another
Cool.
special thing on Monday. Yeah, it's going to be cool. Uh, those are the announcements, man. That's all I got. I'm going to hop into a quick edge report, and I really appreciate you guys being here with us. Have a great, safe weekend.
Sweet.
You too.
Thanks so much.
See you on
See you,
Monday.
Dasha. Peace,
All right.
chat.
See you, Dasha. Bye. See you, Stowe. All right. I don't know. Where do you want to start? This is it, man, for the stream this morning. What a great week, huh? Appreciate everyone in the chat. Super cool. Love you guys. Love everybody that participated in NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions and the thumbs up. I guess that SpaceX IPO went off, is scheduled. By the way, everybody, you could trade SpaceX right now on Kraken Pro app. So just want to point that out. It's if you want to trade it, get that Kraken account going, and boom, you can trade SpaceX as we speak. Anyway, let's talk about the E-mini S&P. This is kind of my cornerstone, kind of week wrap up here, thinking about what's going on with all the stock index futures, green across the board, of course. Today, we have interest rates down a little bit, but that's really that, and then energies are down a little bit with the exception of natty gas. But everything else is pretty green, including gold. We've been watching gold pretty closely lately. E-mini S&P right now is making a comeback. There's a couple of milestones still, and PAX really nailed it this morning because we kind of agree on that 7,500 level. The midpoint of that dominant benchmark candle, it's a benchmark candle, and I didn't make that word up. Oh, hang on a second, everybody. It's Friday, and so I should probably share my screen. I thought, oh, because we were doing the Zoom thing before. My bad. Hang on, everybody. And then, all right, way to go, dog. The dog just knocked over the lamp. All right, perfect ending of the week. Let me know when I'm up and running, guys. There we go. All right, start over. Daily candle. PAX nailed it. 7,500. My midpoint of that dominant benchmark candle we had last Friday. Oh my God, I'm 0 for 2 on this. All right, hang on. Hang on, bear with me, everybody. I'm gonna get with the program here. All right, let me know if I'm good, guys. All right. Third time's a charm. Hang on. Now I lost my Zoom window. One more time. You already know Pax nailed it, right? 74.50. 75.50 is his number, minus 74.95. That's the midpoint of that Friday candle right there. It's a real technical analysis thing. We haven't been there yet. We have not been there yet. Right now, though, we are bouncing off of the lows for the week pretty decently, right? 72.47.25 on the downside. 23.6% retracement. We're back above that. That's very constructive right now as well. And the June open is all the way up here at 75.95. So right now, we're about 2.48%, give or take a couple of points, ticks or whatever, from the all-time highs here in the S&P. Apparently, the SpaceX IPO went off well. Last time I checked, it was trading around 165. Again, Kraken Pro, you can check that out too. Let's shift over to intraday chart for the E-mini S&P. Nice volume profile right now. Really good point of control, actually. So I have my eyes on that. That's 74.09, pretty close to that 7,400 even level. Right now, we're trading above it, which means we're also trading above VWAP. Now, VWAP has been kind of sideways here. This is the session VWAP, that white line, and that's at 74.15. So I'm going to keep my eye on that to see if that holds or not. Any tests or failures here could actually bring some sellers in by the end of the day. But right now, it's looking pretty positive, pretty constructive. We do have a swing high up here, right above that 0 DTE call resistance. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw that again either, right? There was an overnight high actually at that 74.50 level, and then R1 beckons right above it as we speak. So we'll keep an eye on that. But those are the two key levels: that VWAP and previous sessions highs, all right next to each other, and then that 0 DTE. Maybe we'll be range bound. I don't know, but it is looking pretty constructive. And it wouldn't be a good end to the weekend unless we talked about the Bitcoin. Let's do it. I'm going to pop it up here. Daily chart. Well, we're off the lows, 62.05. We're off those lows right now, and we're into that first standard deviation band, that first lowest standard deviation band on my anchored VWAP. So that's pretty good. And we might have the highest close that we've had for a while, right? And actually since this candle right here, because we closed below where we're at right now every single day since June 4th. So this is also pretty positive. Another market you could trade over the weekend. So keep that in mind. Intraday, the Bitcoin is looking pretty good. The volume profile is a little wonky, as it always is with the Bitcoin, but pretty nice value area. Top of the value area is previous sessions highs and overnight highs as well. And we're just flirting with that right now, trading above it right now for the first time in, I don't know, maybe an hour or so. We do have the swing high. We have a swing low, a higher swing low. That's constructive as well. So I'm a little bit positive on the Bitcoin going into the rest of the day. We'll see if we can get up to that R1, which is at 64,592. That would be something. All right. Afternoon is that report's done. Man, what a rough day. In any event, thank you everybody for coming. Can't wait till Sunday night, 6 p.m. Craig Shapiro and Company. It's going to be awesome. Then we're getting into the crypto show as well. So having said all that, thanks everybody for coming. Thanks for the subscriptions. Thanks for all the positivity. Thanks for helping each other out. That's super awesome. I'm glad to be part of this community, and thank you for being with us. Having said that, most important message, especially important going into the weekend, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you next week.